Testing one, two, three.
Yeah, if you want to do it. So, is it? Yeah. Okay. Do you want to just do an introduction? I'll have him. So I want to remind you of a few quick things. We are live streaming. Once we're going here, we are archiving the live streaming. And our two opening speakers, as I said, they will be here and then they'll be leaving quickly. So we greatly appreciate 1776 hosting us here in this first time event. And the weather, of course, is not cooperating, but hey, it's looking pretty nice right now. So our first speaker is Evan Burfield. He is the co-founder and the co-CEO of 1776, one of the most well-known global incubators. And they had a fabulous competition here, right in this very room and in many other locations across DC. And it was just a wonderful party, a week-long celebration of entrepreneurs and startups and all of what that means. It certainly fits also within the focus of this meeting, a World Summit on the Creative Economy and Creative Industries, because one of our messages to people is that, hey, if you're part of the creative economy, if you're part of the creative industries, you're also part of an even larger system of entrepreneurship that spans the globe. And so we're very pleased to have Evan with us, and he'll be greeting you, telling you a little bit about what goes on here at 1776 and what's yet ahead. So thank you, Evan.
All right, thank you. I take this challenge really seriously. I think I'm the first speaker today, so I got to get you guys fired up and awake and get those creative juices flowing. So before we talk about our global competitions, before we talk about what 1776 does, I want to just talk a little bit about the kind of lens that we bring into an awful lot of what's happening from a technology and innovation and startup standpoint globally and where we see things going. And I'm going to be a little bit academic about this. I apologize. I actually studied economics when I was in school, so I have this tendency to revert into economics lectures from time to time. So if you think about the overarching arc of digital technologies in our lives, right? Digital technologies have now been around for decades. Started out with big giant mainframes, and eventually they turned into personal computers. And at the end of the day, right, they had relatively little actual impact on how we lived our lives, right? We might use it a little bit in work, we might use it to do our homework after school, but fundamentally it was sort of a thing you went to and you interacted with. And that was true for a fairly long time. And then as we all know, right, that started to change and shift somewhere around 1995 with the advent of the internet. All of a sudden, you could now connect all these digital technologies together, and you started spending more and more time interacting with that random machine that you went to. It wasn't just a place you went to do a task, it was now a place you went to in some more essential way to live your life, right? You were communicating with people, you were accessing information you might not get elsewhere, you were eventually using it to replace some of the commerce you were doing in your lives. And we saw this incredible, rush from, 1995 to 2005, 2006, 2007. They started getting smaller and smaller. We could carry them in our pockets. And they eventually became these really addictive things that felt like we had cut off a limb if we didn't have them, right? Because they were in some essential way, they are now in some essential way, our portal into the world. They're how we connect and engage and access services and information and friends in pretty much near real time now. And all of that's been pretty interesting, right? But we would assert that really, at the end of the day, all of this stuff that we've seen up until now has probably really only impacted 20%, 25% of all the economic activity that's out there. It's had a really big impact on sectors like retail and commerce, right? The way in which we get goods and services. Well, that's changed. That's definitely changed because of all these digital technologies, right? I can sit there now, no kidding, and I do, sit there in my living room, and I call out to my Amazon Echo and I go, Alexa, I need more cat food. And like 3 hours later, Amazon has cat food on my front porch. 50-50 chance I live in the city, 50-50 chance the cat food will get stolen before I pick it up, but at least Alexa does her job and gets the cat food to my porch. It's transformed, radically transformed media, right? So we have seen tremendous changes in how we access information for good and for bad, right? And so if you look now at almost any traditional publication, even the Washington Post or the New York Times, an unbelievable percentage of all their traffic doesn't even come from search, certainly doesn't come from people reading the physical papers, but doesn't even come from search, it doesn't come from the reading list, it all comes from Facebook, right? And so Facebook has essentially become the single global news portal for the world in a very meaningful way. I think yesterday they announced they have 1.7 billion monthly active users now. That's insane, right? So it's really transformed media. It has changed the way that we actually find partners for social and romantic activity, right? I can't even relate to that. Tinder didn't come around until I was already happily married, but I've watched the phenomenon with a little mix of envy and horror, frankly, but it's been fascinating to watch. And when we had a great group of Cuban entrepreneurs in here who were talking to us about growing the Cuban ecosystem and what was going on in Cuba and all this, and I was saying, you know, we at 1776, we don't focus on dating apps, we focus on important challenges. And they went, whoa, 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 what's a dating app? And I started explaining how Tinder works, and they're like, this is amazing. How do we get these? They were all in their 20s. They're like, how do we get these dating apps in Cuba? And I'm like, okay, well, I guess there is a certain Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So it has transformed a lot. But if you go into a doctor's office, right? I fell on my bike and I split my eyebrow open a few months ago, and I like had blood pouring down my face. You know, like those head wounds just bleed like crazy, blood everywhere. And I stumble into the same urgent care facility 2 blocks from my house I go to twice a year when I either get sick or I get an accident or whatever. And I stumble in, and there's blood everywhere, and they're like, could you fill out this paper form and tell us who you are? And I'm like, I've been here how many times before, and I filled out the same paper form. And they're like, can you provide your insurance information? And I get in to finally see the doctor, and at this point the blood's all dried, so I look like a zombie. And she's like, do you have any allergies? Now, I've never actually known if I have any allergic reaction to any medications, and they should know if I have any allergic reactions to medications, right? And yet, for many of us, this is just what we take for granted, right? And that same holds true in how we learn, in the sources of our energy and how we manage that energy, how our cities operate, right? All these giant areas, right, have really not yet undergone the kind of radical digital transformation we've seen in some of those other areas. So why is that? The reality is that most of the problems that we've solved so far using digital technology in our economy globally have been, relatively speaking, the simple problems, right? Not that media is not a complex industry and a highly competitive industry and one that you have to be really on your game to win at, but by and large, at least in the United States, no one's going to tell you that you can or can't launch a new publication. No one's going to say, oh, you launched that new blog, but it doesn't conform to standard 72-B of what a blog needs to look like, so we're going to need to have you wait 18 months so we can get a waiver before you can put that blog up there, right? When you phrase it like that, it sounds insane. You're like, that's just crazy. Like, anybody can put out media content. More or less, anyone can go and set up a shop and say, I want to sell things, right? The sectors that have been transformed by digital technologies so far are the relatively simple, uncomplicated ones. We are just now starting to enter, right, this next phase where we start to really tackle the other 80% of our economy, of all of our economic activity, of all of our lives, with these digital technologies. But this other 80%, what's left, these are the hard problems. These are the complex problems, right? And what makes these problems complex? Well, there's a couple standard things, and almost all of them are driven by the fact that they're complex because they're really important, right? So it's areas like, how are digital technologies going to transform agriculture and our food supply, right? How are digital technologies going to transform the way in which transportation and the physical infrastructure of our cities interact in real time for optimal efficiency. Right? How are digital technologies going to transform how we actually interact with our doctors and how doctors make complex life or death decisions? Right? These are really, really important issues. If you stop and you think about just that where our food comes from, right? There is literally no sensible government since the Roman times that have not taken an extremely focused view on where their food supply comes from, right? When the ships from Egypt with the grain didn't arrive, Roman emperors died. They learned very quickly secure that food supply, right? And so you can't look at something like the digital transformation of agriculture and food and say, oh, you know what, government just shouldn't be involved. It's just not going to happen, right? No one actually wants government to not take a view on how doctors make highly complex life or decisions and what data sets they use and the privacy around those data sets. Right? So we're entering this space where you have to start to recognize that their sheer importance means that they are more complex and that there are going to be a set of rules and a burden of proof around transformation that you just didn't have when your big use case was, how do you get that cat food delivered in 3 hours or less? So because they're important, number one, government just plays a very large role. They're highly regulated, and they're always going to be highly regulated. And even if we all agree we want less regulation, nobody really wants no standards on our food supply. The second is almost all of these big, giant next areas, these hard problems, have at their core giant entrenched institutions that are often protected by some form of government monopoly. Health systems, utilities, municipal governments, big banks, universities, right? It's really, really complex to get anything meaningful or substantive done in these sectors without figuring out how to engage with these kinds of institutions, right? There's only so many Fitbits you can launch and say, we're improving health. Pretty much everything that's really substantively going to transform healthcare and produce better health outcomes and reduce costs and get patients more engaged and all those noble and important things, almost all of them are going to require interacting with doctors and nurses and payers and health records and all these big, giant, messy things that require you to work with health systems. In the same way, it's awesome to say, we're all going to stick solar panels on our roofs and batteries in our basements, and you know what, we're going to be our own little tiny mini utilities, but in reality, your battery is going to fail, and you're going to assume by default, well, that's okay because power will come from this other magical place, right? Well, that's called the grid, and you got to connect that together, and it doesn't make sense. Well, even if we have a grid of grids, it doesn't really make sense to have multiple ones, which means at some point, someone's going to have to manage that communal grid, and that someone's called a utility, right? So at the end of the day, there's going to be some sort of utility that you're going to have to interact with when you really want to do important, interesting, meaningful things involving the provisioning of energy. Right, and this holds true across almost all of these sectors. So government is inherently involved. It's very complex. Big, giant institutions sit at the middle of them. And then the final part is these tend to be multi-stakeholder problems. Right? So you could argue that the delivery of cat food is a multi-stakeholder problem because you certainly have a complex supply chain and you got to get the cat food suppliers and you got to probably go through some import-export stuff and you got to get the cat food to me, fine. But really it's a pretty straightforward solution. Like if your solution for cat food is better than somebody else's solution for cat food, I'll probably buy cat food from you. And it is really convenient to be able to sit on my sofa and just magically speak into the ether and the cat food arrives. Let's think about a healthcare problem, right? Let's suppose we want to develop an application that can allow expectant mothers to get data about their health and well-being tracked in real time and have that data be given to their doctors to identify early warning signs of any high-risk conditions, preeclampsia or prenatal diabetes or something like that, right? Seems like a great idea. Well, let's think about it. In reality, you have to solve a meaningful problem for that expectant mom or she's just not going to use the application of the tool, right? But really, you also have to actually solve a problem. You have to create value for the doctor, or she's not going to use the tool. But if you spend any time in a medical office, right, really, you got to solve an actual problem for the nurses, or they're not going to use the tool. right? In pretty much every healthcare system, someone higher up is going, but does this solve a problem for the overall health system, right? Somebody's got to figure out who's going to pay for it, right? Probably there's some sort of crazy rule you're violating by having data about expectant pregnancies flying across mobile apps. So you got to deal with some regulatory issue, right? So you've got to solve problems for a whole range of people in order to enable that one use case, right? So you have to deal with these multi-stakeholder natures. So for all these reasons, right, these are hard problems. These are complex problems. And we're just now entering the era of digital transformation where we're digging in meaningfully and substantively to these hard problems, right? So now it's not just Tinder, it's Uber, which is kind of like Tinder for cars, right? You can just get connected up to the next available car the moment you want it, when you want it. Pick the quality of car you want. So, so you've got all of this stuff going on. The second thing that we tend to look at very broadly at 1776 is where are these new ideas coming from? Right? What's the source of this innovation? 5 years ago, if you were a health system, you could probably assume that if you rocked up to Silicon Valley for 2 conferences a year, and you maybe sat around at University Cafe in Palo Alto, you were figuring out what was going on. Right? But that has changed already and continues to change at a ferociously fast pace. Right? We'll do a little video at the end here about our Challenge Cup program, but this past year we did boot camps and competitions in 58 cities around the world. And if any of you got to come to the global finals here in DC back in June, you get to see the top 65, 70 companies on stage, and it was mind-boggling to see the quality of startups that are coming from pretty much anywhere and everywhere on the planet now, right? And everybody's like, oh, you mean like not just Silicon Valley and New York, but like Tel Aviv too. No, I mean like Ghana doing amazing things in fintech and how we're actually going to manage our money. And trying to explain to people that in fact, if you want to see some of the most sophisticated fintech applications of the planet today, if you're not looking at what's happening in Africa, you're not in the game. Which means if you're like BBVA in Madrid trying to think about fintech innovation, you don't just have to figure out what's happening in London. You got to be figuring out what's happening in Ghana and Singapore and Frankfurt and Hong Kong and all these different places, right? And part of what drives this is the sheer success of all those easy problems we solved. Right? As I said, I'm an economist by training, and one of the things we're always taught, right, is that the discrepancy in wealth of nations is driven by discrepancy in human capital, and that's driven by the rate of technological transfer, right? So someone figures something out, and it takes years or decades for that knowledge to trickle down to the rest of the world, and this leads to the discrepancy in wealth amongst nations. I'm here to tell you, whatever else you may be reading in the news right now, the rate of technological transfer in the world in which we operate right now from Silicon Valley to Ghana is probably measured in weeks, if not days. Right? The rate at which people in every part of the world are very, very carefully and consciously watching how we build startups, how we drive technology, what we build them on, the tools we use, the concepts, the methodologies, the very latest ideas on customer acquisition, all of that is being shared and blasted out and transferred and discussed everywhere in almost real time. And as a result, what you're now seeing is vibrant, growing startup ecosystems really, really starting to take off in all these different countries. So all of this comes back together to what we do at 1776. Right? And we really have 2 missions. One is how do we make sure that anyone with a great idea that can really impact these complex challenges can get access to the customers, the mentors, the investors, the experts, the media attention that they need wherever that happens to be in the world, right? How do we start making that intentional so that that person with a great idea in Indonesia can do a first prototype with Singapore Power to help reduce energy consumption, make things more efficiently, and that can quickly get to PG&E in San Francisco and Dubai Electric and Water in Dubai and E.ON in Europe, and you can get the rate at which anyone with a great idea, wherever they are, scaling that idea up higher. And then the second is to simply increase the pace of innovation around areas that we think, quite consciously, are a little bit more important than dating apps and cat food. Right? At the end of the day, when we think about the big, giant problems facing our planet, right? We have got to figure out how we improve the pace of innovation around our energy supply and our energy usage and how those systems work. We have got to figure out how we feed a hell of a lot more people with less resources a heck of a lot more healthily. Is that a word? We've got to figure out how we ensure that everybody, right, whether it is a kindergartner in Palo Alto, or whether it is a adult laborer in Ohio, or whether it is a college student in Nairobi, gets access to the latest, best education to actually prepare them for a rapidly changing economy, right? These are the things that we have to do. So that's the mission. That's the ethos and the reason we're here at 1776. And every single day, we're constantly experimenting and testing and trying to figure out how do we do that. How do we do that by in-person convenings like this? How do we do that by sharing information through our networks? How do we do that by making more and better connections and improving the velocity of those? How do we do that by getting capital to funnel to the best ideas faster and more efficiently? And so to kind of close things off and hopefully get you guys set for the day, we wanted to just give a quick little video to give you a taste of some of the entrepreneurs we work with and what the Challenge Cup experience is like. Thank you very much.
I come from Jordan and my company name is SheFighter.
I'm from Nairobi, Kenya.
I'm from Mexico. From Chicago. Seattle, Washington.
I'm starting a business in Shanghai called The Squirrels.
I'm here for the Challenge Cup festivities. It's sort of like March Madness, but for startups.
We travel the world to find the most promising, highly scalable, disruptive, innovative ideas that are trying to tackle really big challenges. That if we just surrounded it with the power that we have here in Washington, D.C., could really create something magical.
Health One is a chain of medical clinics for poor communities in Pakistan.
We build solar microgrids that distribute reliable, on-demand AC power to those that need it most.
With a tiny budget, we can modify any car into a hybrid.
We were built on this vision of scaling entrepreneurs that literally wanted to make transformative impact in people's lives.
We train women physically and psychologically, a self-defense studio for women only in the Middle East.
It's a lot of these companies that have to overcome unbelievable obstacles. How do we make sure every great entrepreneur anywhere in the world has access to exactly the same resources?
So you think about Washington, D.C., what's unique here? You have virtually every corporation, embassy, think tank, association, you name it. We've leveraged a lot of those connections to help these startups all over the globe.
We've met amazing people. We have a lot more amazing people to meet.
You get feedbacks from everybody. You get inspired.
This is a global competition. You have teams from 16 different cities around the world. So I was talking to people from Israel, I was talking to people from Ireland. It's really cool to have a different perspective.
I feel like very supported now by 1776, and I think that's really exciting moving forward.
Behind the scenes, there are hundreds of roundtables, one-on-one mentoring sessions, curated meetings and conversations for every one of the competitors.
But it really is bringing these communities together in order to find better solutions to these big problems.
The other nature of what we do at Challenge Festival, which is making sure they're prepared for the pitches that they need to give to win. Because at the end of the day, one of the fun things is we have actual competition, and we have access to our funding streams to help them making actual investments in their companies.
This is a really big opportunity to talk about their life's work in front of an audience of people who can really make a difference.
It's tough to be in front of an audience that's that large, especially when you've got judges in the audience.
We celebrate the entrepreneur and we celebrate the courage associated with that. And I think it's one of the reasons why people tend to just have a lot of fun this week is they're in really safe company. They're with a group of people that really respect and admire the leaps that every one of them have taken.
You know, the help that you get out of them is really invaluable. The amount of time it would take you to make the connections that you make in this one space, it would take years.
I don't feel like I'm the crazy unique one for trying to start my own business. It's comforting to be surrounded by a lot of other entrepreneurs as well.
Startups aren't just a quaint little activity anymore. They really hold the key to the innovative ideas that our economy needs.
So this introduces you to a large system that's already in play. There's an even larger system than that and network that's global in scope that is headed by Jonathan Ortmans, who is the president and the founder, I guess I should say, in terms of a leadership role of the what is now called the Global Entrepreneurship Network. And Jonathan and I remember when it was called GEW, Global Entrepreneurship Week, which was the third week of November. And my, how things have grown. As I look at that map of the world, I can't help but think about the 160 nations that the GEN now has a physical presence in on the ground, and some fabulous events and things that are continuing to come out of this massive global network. And the creative industries is right caught up in the middle of all that, in the creative economy and creative startups. And there's room for much tighter collaboration, cooperation, and co-learning within these massive networks that span the entire globe. So Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thanks, Dennis. And congratulations to you, Dennis, continually on all the work you do to keep the creative industry and the creative community and artistic community around the world flowing. You know, I first got to know Dennis when he was vice president at the Kauffman Foundation years ago. I still serve as a senior fellow at the Kauffman Foundation, and so our work is very much embedded in that academic rigor and discipline that the Kauffman Foundation brings. Before I get started, I thought if it's all right with you, Dennis, I might ask if there were 3 comments just from people here about something that you would like to make sure that we discuss today. So I just want to, sometimes when there's a group like this, it's very useful to make sure that we target it. So does anybody want to say there's a particular reason why they're here today and something that they would like to make sure that they hear some discussion about? Any hands over here? I'll repeat it. Okay, we'll deal with that. Anybody got something else that they want to make sure there's a reason you're here and there's something you want out of this this summit? All right, okay, one more. New connections. Okay, good. All right, well, we'll start with those. But if you, okay, we've got one more over here. Third one. Okay. All right, resources. All right. Well, I'll try to address those things. You know, I don't normally, in any of my presentations, try to give an overview of the organization and what we do, but Dennis did say that he thought it would be useful because as we think of you as being channels into some of the creative communities around the world, we think it's important for us to perhaps tell you a little bit more about the entrepreneurship side of what we're really up to. So I'll begin by mentioning my background. I'm also an economist, so Evan and I have some similarities here. I've had 2 startups and 2 exits, but obviously I'm dedicated to this cause, similar to 1776, in figuring out how do we make it possible for anybody, anywhere in the world, who has an idea in order to be able to execute on that idea. And in that process, we began our work about 8 or 9, 10 years ago by traveling the world and figuring out that the entrepreneurial spirit that was alive and well in the United States actually was not really embedded into the cultures of other economies. And you may remember 10 years ago we kept hearing people say things like, oh, you know, it's only in the United States that failure is not a real challenge. But as we've gone through, we created something called Global Entrepreneurship Week, which we still run right now. It's every November, which is in a single sentence is 40,000 events, 160 countries, all occurring in 1 week. And the goal of that is to reach all of the communities that currently don't engage in things like the 1776 communities, startup weekends, a lot of these startup and scale-up entrepreneurial communities that have begun to emerge around the world. That's still the 1%. So Global Entrepreneurship Week that we do every November goes out to all of the other actors around the world and gets them to ask, particularly young people, but asking all people at all points in their careers, have you thought whether at some point in your career there may be a role for you to birth the new, to figure out the better way of doing things? And Global Entrepreneurship Week really grew to be something where we had 9 million attendees of events in 1 week. And of course, they were across the globe. And we learned from that in fact entrepreneurship was indeed very quickly becoming embedded. We benefited from the fact that entrepreneurship was sexy. Startups was sexy. It was fun. It was partly fun because of the creative communities that had come into the field. When I started my first company, it was funny because, you know, ultimately we looked at the world of companies as business. And we looked at it not really as a field that welcomed. It tended to be populated by the kind of people that would go to a business school in terms of grad school. It wasn't populated by the liberal arts folks, the creatives, the people who had essentially a sense of, oh, I don't want to go into business. That doesn't sound good to me. It's not really with my values. I don't think like that. I don't really, I want to also make a difference in the world. I want to go and improve the world. And as far as I'm concerned, business equals corporations, and corporations sort of pollute the planet or exploit the poor. At least this is the way I felt when I was at college. But anyway, so you'd had a choice, but you no longer had that choice. Of course, you know, it was made possible by the likes of people like Steve Jobs, but it's also all of the cultural shifts that have occurred around the world. As Evan said, if you think this is a uniquely American phenomenon, we spent the last 10 years learning that in fact it is not. And so what we have really embarked on through Global Entrepreneurship Week is taking that base, that transformation that occurred across the world in every kind of economy. And I'm talking about Venezuela, Iran, you know, Myanmar, I mean places where they told us that we would never be successful. And taking that cultural norm that had been established and building that into more robust entrepreneurial ecosystems. So we began, and I'm not sure if there's a slide here, but clicker here, but I'm not really going to use many of these slides, but just to give you a very quick sense of this, we began with this celebration, and the celebration, is that it? You can click it, that'd be great, thanks. We began with this celebration of Global Entrepreneurship Week, and we built from that, on top of Global Entrepreneurship Week, we built what we call the Global Entrepreneurship Network. We did this with the help of a lot of good friends, one of which is sitting in the back of the room, Rasmus, who's heard this talk 1,000 times. Hello, welcome. But we've really embarked upon sort of 4 primary things that we've set about doing. First of all, we think that the world still needs more entrepreneurs, despite all of the energy and the startup revolution and the explosion of programs and activity. We think we need more entrepreneurs, partly because of what you heard from Evan, which is we've done all the easy stuff. We've done the on-demand apps. We're now headed into the really hard stuff. The hard stuff is how on earth do we figure out what we're going to do about energy, education, healthcare, climate change, and these kinds of issues. And these are the issues which embark, as Evan said, big companies and highly regulated industries that require governments. So that's going to require a whole different set of dimensions. So we need more people flowing into it. It can't just the people be people that would look at some of the lightweight problems. We've got to bring new entrepreneurs in. Those entrepreneurs are going to come from companies. I mean, you're going to hear from Rich Bendis here today, who's one of the legends in this field of figuring out how do you help large companies figure out how to innovate at the same pace that Evan said is now necessary, namely in days and weeks rather than in months and years. So certainly I think we recognize that. That's what we're about. We also want to bring together the tucked and the untucked shirts. Anybody that's known me over the years will notice that I've slowly dressed down more and more and more. In fact, this is about as formal as I'll get. But in essence, we work hard to be able to bring together what we think is this traditional set of players that, quite frankly, will not survive unless they figure out how to work with the new actors. And of course, the energized, sometimes cocky and arrogant startup communities that bring the vigor and the life and the speed and the energy and the creativity to the field. We're also figuring out, similar to what you heard with the Challenge Cup, that everything is local, but it's also global. So we specifically don't operate on a regional basis, despite immense pressure, actually pressure from both my team internally, but pressure from around the world, to say, why don't you operate like every multinational institution, which is, you should have regional, what about Africa? What about, and we actually say everything is local and global. And I think 1776 is a good example of that in terms of the Challenge Cup. But we actually have 60, 70 competitions that take place within the Global Entrepreneurship Network that are global. One of the most famous that you, of course, know about from yesterday, because you all know Rasmus, but the Creative Business Cup is, probably one of the best examples in the world of a competition in the creative field that brings together people from, I don't know, how many countries? 70 countries. So now those people all deal with each other on a level playing field. They don't sit there and say, oh, I come from that region or another region. And one of the things that we do at GEN is we bring everyone together once a year for something called the Global Entrepreneurship Congress. We're very virtual. We're very spread out all over the world in 160 countries. But everyone said they really want to come together and see each other. And over the years, they built trust. 8, 9 years, we've been bringing them together, sometimes 7,000, 8,000 people. And those individuals come together, and it's fascinating to me to see that they cluster not around geography. Geography's got nothing to do with what we're doing anymore. I walked past someone's breakfast table, actually with William, my colleague, if you haven't met here. William said, I said, William, who's that? And I think there was somebody from Tanzania, was it? And somebody from Greenland. Was it Tanzania? I forget. But anyway, sub-Saharan Africa and Greenland. And they were absolutely intensely at it. You know why? Because they said, when they got up later, they said, it's amazing. We've got exactly the same challenges. Which country was it? Can you remember where it stands? Uganda, I'm sorry. And they said, we've got exactly the same challenges in building our entrepreneurial ecosystem. We both got, over-dominance by government. We've both got some corruption issues. We've got way too much debt. We've got, etc. They went through all the things they had in common. And we have a hunting culture. So as a result, we certainly look at this from a global perspective. And we like to bring that through in terms of the founders. We don't think anybody should think any more about whether or not they're from a particular country. The reality is that they'll be able to form teams across global national boundaries. And then finally, this is probably the most important thing because it's what we hope that we bring with a little bit more rigor to anybody else in the field. Everything is going so fast in the global entrepreneurial ecosystem, and everything is moving. It's not just the pace that it's moving, but it's also all being born at the grassroots level. How many of you had heard of Startup Weekend? Some hands? Okay. So Startup Weekend is not something that some institution said, oh, let's do Startup Weekend. It's sort of grassroots grew. In fact, most of the really effective programs and initiatives to support entrepreneurs came that way. There was nobody that sat down at the World Bank and said, let's put rigorous performance evaluation system and standards and data collection processes in place so that we can do thorough programmatic research to figure out what works and what doesn't work. So as a result, most of these programs, we actually don't really know. And at the Kauffman Foundation, and certainly the work that we're doing as far as the Global Entrepreneurship Network is concerned, we have a whole set of major initiatives. The Global Entrepreneurship Research Network, for example, is the biggest the biggest funders of entrepreneurship research in the world. All of them. We have every single one. And what we do is we don't pool our money. What we do is we align our research agenda. So we figure out what are the questions we should be answering. And sometimes when you got 5 or 6 of those institutions come together, they can really answer some really, really big research questions about the field. But at the end of the day, none of this, we've seen an explosion of programs, but we've seen a declining rate of new firm formation around the world. So there's something wrong with what we're doing. I mean, there's people like 1776 that are examining this intensely. I'm on my way to Korea, where we're going to have a conference in a couple of weeks, which is focused on a review of the academic literature around how we teach entrepreneurship. So certainly this is the 4th primary thing that we're doing as far as the Global Entrepreneurship Network is concerned. Very quickly, I'll just say, how do we do this? A little bit about the how. Well, we do the celebration. We support entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have hundreds of competitions, and in fact, we have a platform called Startup Compete that runs those competitions across the world, automates them. We very much focused on the understand piece, which is the research and policy piece, and we do lots to try to connect people both online with our Gen Connect platform as well as connecting people across the globe through our live meetings. So if I quickly move on here, this is really the world that we have. You'll see it's just a chart. So I won't spend too much more time on Gen, but I do want to just say, if you want to just walk away with what is this, I mean, this is an initiative that has grown from $1 million budget 5 years ago to a $200 million budget. So it's fairly extensive in terms of where we are. We're in 160 countries. If I start with the bottom left, the sort of 7 o'clock quadrant down here, we're focused on this element of research and policy. So we both have networks now in 70 countries initiated by President Obama with Startup America. We took that concept and we built that at the public sector level, the government level, where we've got advisors who wear jeans and T-shirts to heads of state or to ministers who come together and share their experiences in domestic policy advice to ministers. So that's what we call our Startup Nations group. So we're really focusing on what we call startup policy in that regard. The research I've already talked about with our Global Entrepreneurship Research Network, and we have a variety of other products and services. The Global Entrepreneurship Index, or the Index as we call it, basically ranks countries, 130 countries to date, as to their, the performance of their entrepreneurial ecosystem. So we're trying to understand in that quadrant. The other part here is this, we call it Finding Founders. I mean, what we're doing, similar to what you heard in the story with the Challenge Cup, is by having hundreds of competitions, we're allowing angel investors and judges of competitions around the world. We're not big fans of business plans, but we're big fans of big business plan competitions. And we're allowing hundreds of these competitions around the world to help thin out some of the most promising entrepreneurs so that we can concentrate our energy. And we have something called the Gen Starters Club, where the people who've won several global competitions and that we really think they're the most promising entrepreneurs from anywhere on the planet, we basically shower them with everything we've got. We listen to them. I mean, one of them I met here the other day, you know, I said to him, so how's it going? And I said, you know, what more can we do for you? And he's like, he says, everything is blocked for me. I'm living in Abu Dhabi because I'm trying to get through to this one guy who's going to open up the entire Middle East market for us. And I said, well, what's his name? He says, his name is Sheikh Nahyan. And I said, he says, but getting to him is impossible. He's the vice minister. I mean, he's at Palace and all this stuff. I said, well, I know Sheikh Nahyan. He actually hosted our first Global Entrepreneurship Congress. We sent an email. The email came back. It was 2 weeks later that I sent the email. But then the email came back and they said, we got an audience with the Sheikh at 2 p.m. tomorrow in the Palace in Abu Dhabi. And he said, well, I'm not in Abu Dhabi. And I go, well, you better get to Abu Dhabi because you better be there by 2 o'clock. And sure enough, next day he calls me up and says, you know, it goes through. So we try to do some silly little things like that. We're very much in our business, unlike a lot of the sort of models out there that are trying to do this, you know, with algorithms and trying to do this through technology. We're very much personally handpicking the connections that we make to the individual entrepreneurs. And then the other work we're doing in the programs, we have a network of the Global Business Angels Network across the world, which is basically the primary angel investor networks. So we essentially bring them together and allow them to connect with the entrepreneurs. We're pretty much in every country in the Global Business Angels Network. And then we have a variety of other tools and services. Probably my favorite right now is something called Startup Huddle, which is essentially an idea that we help one entrepreneur at a time, where we do, in every community we want to do it, where it's Wednesday morning, it's coffee, and the community comes together to see each other. And there's one entrepreneur that stands up, and it's like Alcoholics Anonymous. And they're like, oh, let me tell you what's going on. Here's some exciting things. Here's all my terrible problems. Here's the challenges I'm having. And the community goes to work on that one entrepreneur. They don't do anything else. There's no speakers. There's nothing else. We just get into it. Like, we're going to help that person be successful. It's village mentality. And as a result of you sitting around with a bunch of other people, not thinking about yourself, but how can I help somebody else? The sense, the emotion in the room is very, very powerful. We call them huddles, but we're going to do those huddles around the world. We're having immense success. We just launched in Malawi, and we're so excited because the State Department told me there are no women entrepreneurs in Malawi. We'd love to see some, no one, in fact, the hubs told me no one's going to show up. And the first one we did, we got 80 women who are, aspiring to become entrepreneurs, to come and to help each other with what they're doing. So, and lastly, I will just say, in addition to Global Entrepreneurship Week every November, we do this thing called the Congress. You're all welcome. The next one is in Johannesburg. Dennis and I have talked about this. We'd love to get more of the creative community coming to this, because at the end of the day, I'll go to the next slide. At the end of the day, I think the most important thing that the creative community is going to bring to what's happening in entrepreneurship is what they've already brought, which is a sense of optimism a sense of, as I like to call it, it's not thinking outside the box, it's actually thinking about new boxes. And the creative community has done that for the entrepreneur. The challenge of the creative community is ultimately, you guys have had a couple of challenges in the past. Number one, when I've worked with a lot of creatives, there's very much still a little bit of lingering tradition around who owns the idea. It's my idea. I mean, it goes back to when I got married, and I couldn't believe it. The woman that took the pictures of our wedding, she's like, well, I own the pictures. Well, I want all the pictures. Well, you're going to have to buy each one. It's like, this is art. You understand? This is art. This is creativity. It's like, you know, and I respected that. My brother's an artist. My sister's an artist. You know, and they're like, look, you got to understand, you know, there's IP here, okay? But at the end of the day, unfortunately, in the entrepreneurship world, the idea didn't make a hill of beans. I mean, it's all to do with execution. I mean, when Facebook came out, there were tons of people trying to do something like that. And tons of people had that idea. But who managed to execute it in a way that it was able to be successful? So I think the opportunity, partly to answer your question, is what you guys have to do is not try to become entrepreneurs. What the creative communities have to try to do is, how do I date good founder teams? And that's ultimately what it's about. New firms are not formed by individuals anymore. They're formed by teams. And you all heard this stuff. Oh, you know, to be successful, you've got to work out what are the right seats on the bus, and have I got the right people sitting in those seats? You've heard that sort of business talk before. But the reality is that ultimately it's around co-founder dating. And in a co-founder dating environment, you always need the creative thinker who's going to think differently to everybody else. You need the person who's disruptive, but you also need the person with unique knowledge of the industry now, especially as we move into these highly large regulated sectors. And then you need somebody who's going to be the entrepreneur, who's going to constantly think about, how am I going to execute on this in a different way? So you need a variety of other actors too. But I think in part of the challenge I've seen, you know, and I think, you know, Rasmus has done a lot of work on this, but it's to what degree are we trying to turn either people with technical skills or people with creative backgrounds into entrepreneurs, and to what degree are we trying to connect them with the right people? The whole co-founder dating thing is so much fun, actually. It's funny, I just, you know, there's a place just down here, which always reminds me when I come down here. There's a startup that I got involved in years ago to do with remote sensing technology that was in Mississippi. And the guys all got together, and oh my gosh, they were like blood brothers. They had co-founded this thing. They were going to be together. You know, they went to each other's weddings. And you know what? They took the logo of the firm and they put a tattoo on their ankles. And they're like, you know what, guys? We're going to build this. Going to be together. Well, sure enough, as in marriages, things don't always go to plan. But these guys had a breakup, okay? So to cut a long story short, the guy that lost out, he calls me up and he's miserable. And he says, I don't know what to do, but I'm moving to Washington, D.C., so maybe you could at least buy me a beer. So I bought him a beer, and he says, I don't know what I am. I'm going to go home. And he went home and he sulked, and I called him up 3 months later, and he's still sulking, still doesn't know what he's doing. He's just depressed. You know, he's lost his friends, lost his company. And 6 months later, I thought I'd check in on him again. He goes, oh, everything's fantastic. I said, what did you do? And he goes, well, I figured it out. He said, I wanted to get rid of that tattoo on my ankle. And he said, I couldn't find anywhere in Northern Virginia where I could get rid of the tattoo. So he started a chain of places where it's not like, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm drunk and there's some biker guy doing my tattoo. It's kind of like, it's white, clean, fresh, soothing music. And you walk in and it's like a spa setting, you know, and you will have your tattoo beautifully removed without any problem whatsoever. So anyway, so there's always this, you know, as they say, you should seek problems because you need their gifts. But I think that, but certainly with entrepreneurs, the co-founding dating thing is vitally important. So I will wrap up now with just a couple of thoughts. You know, if you could flip on this slide in just a second, just one I just want to put up here. We're very lucky, I will say. We have a lot of support now around the world. Most of our support comes from outside the United States, 95% of it. If you go to the next slide, you'll see, you know, we've got a lot of corporate partners. Part of the thing about our corporate partners is we're very keen now to embed the dynamic, disruptive, entrepreneurial thought processes right inside companies. But more importantly, companies are scared to death, and they want to import that into their companies. So this is the time to be a creative, because all of a sudden you're going to be having the fun of disrupting traditional industry. But this is the most exciting thing that I leave you with on the optimistic note. I noticed that you guys are not at the Democratic convention, and you probably weren't at the Republican convention. But one thing that's been evident to me, just being a TV watcher, is how dark the Republican convention image was of what's going on in our country. And one of the great privileges of being around the creative, entrepreneurial, innovative communities is that it is all people who see the world as a glass half full. It is people who are looking at answers. They definitely have a sense of fun. They see the promise. They see opportunity. They see all the good and all the potential and all the exciting things. They're aware there's risks of this stuff, but they see the glass half full, and this is exciting. And part of it is because of the values of the entrepreneurs that you get to work with are much more consistent with the values of what I always think of as the artistic community, in that the value is not about making money, and that's the big dynamic that's changed. Even in the Valley, it's not really about making money. I had the great privilege to spend the evening with, to spend some time with some rock star entrepreneurs when we did the event for the president of Silicon Valley a few weeks ago. And one of the things that I noticed with all of them is that none of them seem to be driven by money. They've all become very wealthy, but they all have this attitude. It's like hardly the most insightful or interesting thing that occurred. It's sort of funny, you know. And so I think if you move on to the next slide, you'll see one of the things that I think that makes it exciting for you is that it's the optimistic community. And this is what wakes us up in the morning. It's what gets us very, very excited. I mean, these people are generous. These people are much less inclined to be greedy. They very much part of the millennial philosophy that there's no longer a need for some people to get very rich. You know, there is a too much money. I mean, there's huge clubs in New York City of people that just say, I don't need, here's my cap. When I get to this amount of money, I don't need more money than that. You know, I was talking to some people here, and they were like, yeah, you know, we've actually put caps on how much the CEOs can earn on our startup because, you know, at some point we feel it starts to distort the dynamic and the culture. But it's not that I'm talking about social entrepreneurship. It's just that there is a lot more of a humanity built into it. And if you just flip through this is the most important part, though, that's occurring as a result of that for society, is that you've got this renewed human spirit creating value for society. And as an economist, this is much more powerful than anything else we've ever done in economics, is that ultimately we are going to create more answers and results and value, economic value, with less. And that is the most important thing. Whether you're worried about natural resources on the planet or whether you're worried about everything from climate change to how do we have the same quality of healthcare for less. So I think this is really an optimistic message. And it's one that I hope as you embark upon engaging in the entrepreneurial community, and we invite you all to get involved in GEN. It's genglobal.org if you're interested in more information about us. But as you get more involved with the entrepreneurial community, which is really what Dennis wanted me to come here today and to emphasize and encourage more aggressively, I hope you'll realize that what you're really doing is you're joining a community of people who've got actually considerably more similar values than they've ever had in the past to people who really understand the value of creativity and art and our creative communities. So without further ado, I'll say thank you very much indeed. I'll be around if anybody's got any questions. Thanks.
So that gives you an idea of a whole larger set of resources that it'll take some work to figure this out, but part of what this effort is in fact about is trying to knit together parties and networks that are not yet as well connected as they might be. And that always, of course, takes investments and time. So we're going to be setting up and move right into the next panel. For those of you that were not here yesterday, you would just take a break whenever you like. For those of you that absolutely feel the need for a printed document of the agenda, you can pick up one in the back. Otherwise, we're expecting you're just getting it off the website, and you also get off the website all the bios, so we're not taking long times introducing people's backgrounds fully to you, because that's obviously there, and they're here because they have something to share with you. I want to announce to you as well something that is going to be announced openly and globally at the Olympic Games in Rio, but you're one of the first front wave to learn about this if you haven't already heard about it. There is something that used to take place in conjunction with the Olympics called the International Arts Games. There were competitions where they awarded gold, silver, and bronze medals for performances and works in the arts. The last time that was held was in 1948. A Canadian jazz composer advocated for a long time, successfully, that these games be revived. A competition was held, cities competed for this honor, and the city of Montreal in Quebec province, Canada, won the bid. Documents have now been signed. There is an agreement between this International Arts Games Foundation in the city of Montreal, the Paralympics, and the International Olympic Committee. What this will translate into is, in 2017, there will be the first preliminary qualifying rounds held in the summer of 2017. In 2018, the International Arts Games will hold its first global competition and award its first gold, silver, and bronze medals. The exciting part for me is that the committee that's working on this, drawn from people across Canada, has already met. And after a week-long, intense deliberations together, they decided to create alongside of it another program that would take place in this time frame. It will focus on 3 themes: art and the individual, or art and identity, I'm sorry. Art and identity, and by that they mean the individual and the community. Art and health, and the third theme is art and the economy. I couldn't have written it better. So we are already in dialogue with them. As I say, this will be announced during the Rio Olympics. Effective then with the Tokyo Games in 2020, this will be underway. It will be held then at every Summer Games and every Winter Games in conjunction with the Olympics and the Paralympics. There will also be the International Arts Games. So I'd like to have our next panelist come join me here on the platform. And now we're going to take this conversation that we've heard at a really, really big level, and we're going to really tunnel into it to have a real focused conversation about creativity, innovation, inside and outside of the creative economy and the creative industries. So we're going to go back to kind of where we started on day one. We keep oscillating a bit back and forth because we're trying to introduce this tension and really explain some of the intricacies of these kind of relationships that go on.
Hi there. I'm George Sucros. I'm the director of the Wisconsin Arts Board, which is a state arts agency, but I also am the president, board chairman of the National Creativity Network. So we're happy that you're here. I think it's important, as Dennis was talking about the creative economy and the creative industries, to sort of split that up a bit and remind us that as we're talking about the creative economy, we might as well just say the global economy, because creativity is embedded in everything. And then there are the creative industries, and those happen to have a lot of the things we talked about yesterday, the arts and all those kinds of things. They're not the same thing, and I hope within this conversation today, we're going to go beyond the arts into a lot of different areas, and I know we have the combinations of arts and sciences and innovation here on the stage. So what I would love to do, because you didn't want to hear from the moderator, you want to hear from the people on the panel, I'd love it if both Richard and Kate could introduce themselves briefly, just say their name, the organization they're with, and something they're most proud of today. And then we'll ask them to talk about the work that they're doing, but just as a quick introduction.
Thanks, George. Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Goodall, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the S&R Foundation. The S&R Foundation has been around for about 16 years, and we have supported talented people with high aspirations in art, science, and social enterprise. And recently, we're actually transforming our mission to say that we support emerging creatives, because that's essentially what all of these people in these industries are. Something that I am proud of, well, certainly this morning, my calendar read that I needed to be at 1776 downtown. So I'm very proud of my imagination around timing and my creativity when it comes to traffic laws to make sure I got here in this room. But I'm really proud of the work that we do to support these emerging creatives out in the world. As all of us know, it can be a pretty difficult place, very challenging, particularly when you're trying to innovate and make change. Not everyone's going to get on board with you right away. There's just daily pressures that we all deal with. And certainly what we look to do is to provide haven and time and space for these people with these brilliant changing ideas to be able to grapple with them without the slings and arrows and the skeptics getting to them all the time. So I'm very proud of that work.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Hi, I'm Rich Bendis. I'm founder and CEO of BioHealth Innovation, which is a regional private-public partnership located in Maryland. And our primary role in life is to help scientists, researchers who have great ideas but have no idea about commercialization or how to get them to market, evaluate whether there is anything really there, and then mobilize the resources with them to help them create something that has the ability to impact lives through improving healthcare with a lot of this innovative science. In addition to that, I'm the founder of Innovation America and publisher of something called Innovation Daily. When you're talking about resources around innovation, Innovation Daily's been around about 10 years. It's www.innovationamerica.us/daily. We publish about 25 articles a day for the last 10 years. There's about 50,000 articles in the archives on entrepreneurship, innovation, creative economy, tech transfer, venture capital, angel capital, all of the things that are important in building entrepreneurial and innovative ecosystems. So what I'm most proud of currently is that we currently have a portfolio of about 50 companies that we're working with, and we've provided assistance to them through our Entrepreneur in Residence support network to help connect them to the resources that are necessary to advance their promising and very encouraging life science or biotechnology or pharmaceutical or electronic health or mobile health ideas to get them into the marketplace, which is where we're currently focused. But one thing I'll just say briefly, I've been working for about 50 years, and how many of you have ever heard the name Edwin Land? Three people in the room. Edwin Land. How many people have ever heard of Polaroid? Edwin Land was the founder of Polaroid. I worked for Polaroid in the early 70s when they were the most innovative company in the world developing instant photography. And you see these monitors on the wall right now? In 1972, Edwin Land had TVs mounted on the wall in his lab in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and that's 45 years ago. It's amazing, though, how that technology was so far ahead of its time that it never made it to the market in his generation or his lifetime. But it goes to show, though, that this innovation, as we look at it through history, has a way of evolving through other different entrepreneurs who have brought it to life, really. So we'll talk a little bit more. I also had the opportunity to work for Mr. Kaufman, who founded the Kaufman Foundation, in his Marion Laboratories ethical pharmaceutical company. During the time before it was really as successful as it became, which enabled him to form the Kaufman Foundation, which is one of the largest entrepreneurial foundations in the world. So I've had some great mentors I've had a chance to work with. My role in life is to find a way to pass it on to other entrepreneurs who have the ability to adopt some of the ideas I've benefited from.
That's a great transition. So let's talk about the two groups that we're here with today. And why don't you talk about SNR, how it came to be, why the decision to support creatives in arts and sciences, and the great work that you're doing.
Sure. So it's got an interesting origin story. It was actually created by two Japanese scientists, Dr. Sachiko Kuno and Dr. Ruji Ueno, who found some novel ways to transport medication into inside patients using Prostone technology, which is now a patented technology. They are both scientists, entrepreneurs, and arts lovers, so they really do understand what it's like to be and support innovators and creatives. They understand that when you're creating something new, that you're taking risk, that you need the time and space to take risk, to maybe fail, to stand up again, to learn that resilience that you need to succeed. You need to be able to throw things against the wall and eliminate some of them and try again. So they're very unique in that sense. We are a non-profit, but we're run by two entrepreneurs. So we run in a very innovative way for a non-profit. We're not afraid of risk. We take big bets on early stage social enterprises all the time. And you know, it's funny, I was listening to Jonathan and Evan and learning about their backgrounds in economics. I'm the annoying kid in a college economics class that would get in arguments with the professor about why we don't have social and environmental measures included in our GDP and really annoy them. And now I really think that we are turning a corner as a culture around how business needs to do more than that. I could talk for a long time about where investment needs to catch up with the entrepreneurial mindset in this regard, but it's all of our entrepreneurs that we support are doing, you know, more than just creating dollars. We're very proud that they're creating sustainable businesses that also create jobs and contribute to the economy. But for example, one of our earliest entrepreneurs in our first cohort, Deanna Sierra, this industrial designer originally from Colombia, was in Uganda working for Nike. And she had visitors all the time, 12-year-old girls who were not in school because in Uganda it wasn't very easy to get hold of menstrual products. So she fashioned them menstrual products out of an umbrella and a mosquito net, and they could fill it with whatever they had available, as industrial designers are wont to do. And now she has a business that has distributed 20,000 of these sanitary pads to these girls in many countries now in Africa, and she's expanding her operations to other developing countries. It's a completely reusable product, so there's no environmental waste. And that's 20,000, you know, not just 20,000 units sold, that's 20,000 girls that now can go to school, have their own you know, empowerment through their own business because they have a background in an education. Another example of one of the great businesses we've supported is Sanovation, which is a company based in Kenya that is concerned with providing the dignity and health that comes with having your own toilet. These are not, you know, fun subjects to discuss. You should watch Deanna, you know, slap a menstrual pad down an investor's hand, or Andrew talk about disposing waste. But you know, they also take the waste product and they turn it into clean burning charcoal briquettes. So it's a full system of thought. And Andrew now has 600 people who did not have access to their own toilet before, and they have access now. And they're also generating, and as I said, they're also creating jobs, and it's this is the way forward, right? As Jonathan was talking about, we need to start using this to address big problems. And what we're most concerned with is how do we support these creatives in towards hacking the bigger system, right? How do we, because creativity is nothing if the system is not responsive and creative at the same time. You know, Da Vinci would have been nothing, you know, if it wasn't for the Renaissance, for the system acknowledging his greatness. You could say the same for Elon Musk today. You have to have a responsive system. We have to have a government that's willing to paint a big vision, like the moonshot, or you know, any of these good examples. So we're working on how we move these entrepreneurs into that system faster with greater response rates.
It's interesting that we talk about systems, because now we'll talk about biology and innovation. So go ahead and talk about how you all of a sudden go from the work that you were doing with land, et cetera, to becoming an innovation evangelist around the world.
Wow. Well, we don't have enough time for that. This is only a 2-day conference, unfortunately. But I was fortunate enough to take a company public back in the 80s, sold it after selling it to a health information technology company. We connected pharmacy systems in hospitals. And when we sold the business, I had the opportunity to form my own fund. So I created a fund to invest in early stage technology companies because I was based in Kansas City. Kansas City is a flyover region. There's very little venture capital. It was really not a major entrepreneurial culture. It's typical of what you see in most areas of the world, but most attention is focused on Cambridge, Silicon Valley, Research Triangle, or those areas which are the haves, not the have-not regions. So how I got into this world was, first of all, the state of Kansas is not known as the technology mecca of the world. But they wanted to be able to compete with all of the other regions around the country based on the assets, which they had significant assets. So they created something called the Kansas Technology Enterprise Corporation, which was a quasi-public organization to focus on advancing technology within the state of Kansas. The first two states to do this in the United States were Pennsylvania and Ohio. They had to do it because they were in the Rust Belt. The Industrial Revolution was dying. All of the jobs were leaving. So they had to come up with very innovative programs in those states to find a way to transform their economy, identify creatives, and find ways to, more importantly, everybody's read about Richard Florida in a creative class. We conducted the first creative economy conference back over 10 years ago in Philadelphia because we wanted to focus on creative economy. How do you take creatives and get that to where they can actually create something that can get into the marketplace, generate revenue, generate profit, generate jobs, rather than just identifying who the creative class is, because it's easy to identify those people who are creatives. How do you help creatives take their creative ideas and get them into the marketplace? So this is sort of a long evolution. What I have built my life over the last 30 years in doing is really helping grow innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystems on a regional basis in areas that traditionally are have-not areas and have not been recognized as the top entrepreneurial or innovative regions in the country. The latest venture started about 5 years ago. It's called BioHealth Innovation. And why would someone think that Maryland, which has the National Institute of Health, it has 59 federal laboratories that gets $12 billion a year to go into research. It has Johns Hopkins, which is the largest research university in the world, which gets $2.2 billion a year. The University System of Maryland gets another 1.3. You've got over $15 billion of federal funding coming into the state of Maryland, into federal agencies and universities, but guess what? They have not been successful in commercialization. They're not recognized for entrepreneurial culture in this region. So what I was brought in to do is, how do we evaluate what's wrong with this picture? We have all of these assets, but these assets aren't turning into jobs, companies, or products that get into the marketplace. One of the reasons is this region has a very conservative academic and government culture. It doesn't have an academic culture. It doesn't have a risk orientation. If you fail, you're looked upon as a failure. If you fail, you're not looked upon as an entrepreneur who's tried something and you're going to go out and do your next deal. So what we did 5 years ago is we did an analysis of what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses for this region, and determined we had the assets, but the one missing component was industry and entrepreneurs were not engaged in the ecosystem. It was all being driven by government and academia, and they have different missions in their life, okay? Some are social missions, some are publishing missions. They're not to create jobs, they're not to create products, they're not to create revenues and profits. So what we tried to do was to create a nonprofit, private-public partnership called BioHealth Innovation, and wanted to have it funded not by the federal government, not by state government. We wanted it funded by the recipients who were going to benefit from the entrepreneurs and the technology that were going to come out of this region. That's industry. It's basically GlaxoSmithKline, it's Roche, it's Becton Dickinson, it's QIAGEN, it's Emergent. We have Deloitte, we have some large venture capital firms. They were not engaged in supporting the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So we got them around the table and said, you're going to benefit from this research because you're going to help find ways to commercialize it and get it into the marketplace if we can help identify the most promising creative scientists and researchers to connect you to. So that's why we were formed 5 years ago. Our primary core strategy is to have an entrepreneur in residence program. We have successful EIRs, as we call them, who have been venture capitalists, entrepreneurs, business development people. We pay them as if they're in the private sector. We pay them as if they're working for a venture capital firm. We incentivize them if they're working in the private sector because they get a piece of the equity because we take equity in companies that we support. We're just not a 501c3 that is dependent on other people's money. We want to find ways that we can identify the most promising companies and earn equity as we help them grow, not take it up front. As they achieve milestones, we get equity and share with them in the success rather than saying we need to have that as a part of what you're doing right up front. And so that's been a very successful model. The other thing, that in this region, there were no accelerator programs. You've heard of Y Combinator and Techstars and all of those other accelerators. This region did not have a single accelerator program to support promising and emerging entrepreneurs in technologies, primarily health technologies. So we recruited an accelerator out of Philadelphia, Dream It. It's called Dream It. And we did Dream It Health in Baltimore, Dream It 1, Dream It 2. We just did another one called Relevant Health in Montgomery County in Maryland. This is to bring people together in cohorts for 4 to 5 months. We give them access to the venture capitalists, the partners. We actually provide several $100,000 of product development to support these entrepreneurs because most of the biggest problems they had, and someone said, what are the greatest hurdles that startups and entrepreneurs are looking for? Most of them have a good idea. They might get to a proof of concept stage, but they don't know how to get their product ready to be commercialized to get into the marketplace. So you have to surround yourself with those kind of people that can add value to these early stage entrepreneurs, provide the technical expertise, the market expertise to help them advance, and also find a way, if it doesn't work, they're going to either have to pivot or going to have to kill that idea because no one's going to invest in it as you get down the road. So we could talk forever about that. That's a brief introduction as to what we've done in creating biohealth innovation.
So I'm going to warn you in advance. I'm going to ask Kate a question, and then I'm going to turn to all of you for your questions. All right? So you said something in what you were saying before about you have ideas about where investment should take place. So I'm interested to hear what your ideas are.
So, you know, it's been one of the lessons that we've learned in running the Halcyon Incubator for social entrepreneurs. You know, some VCs will tell our entrepreneurs, and, you know, they have a point. Don't say you're a social entrepreneur. Just say you're an entrepreneur, right? Because investors are going to hear that, and they're going to hear, you can do what with my profits? So, you know, DC's already a conservative town for money, and the venture capitalist community here is also pretty conservative. But we are on the cusp of change. It's just, unfortunately, we're still on the cusp, right? Social enterprise really presents a dynamic offering for both philanthropy that's been looking for sustainable solutions to complex problems for a long time, but isn't always able to get there, and also for enterprise, which, you know, we all now know for the 21st century, we want responsive and responsible corporations. So there's this wonderful middle ground that we now have a few mechanisms that are potentially going to help solve that when it comes to funding. You can now, as a foundation, do program-related investments where you can actually invest in a for-profit and get an equitable return, which is a great thing, but many foundations don't know how to do it yet and are afraid to ask. Crowdfunding obviously presents some fantastic opportunities. And then governments can do a lot more. There's a few that are dabbling around with social impact bonds and pay-for-success models in small ways, but we need a few city governments to step up and really do some big offerings when it comes to fixing some of these more complex social challenges. They have the creatives right in their city. They have people that are feeling these pain points that can figure it out for them. So leverage the money, and I would make this case to anyone I can get in front of that can help with this. You know, leverage the money towards some of these enterprises because they're going to do good and do well for everyone.
All right, that's very interesting. I think one of the things we heard earlier on is that the technology that was solving the easy problems can now be turned loose on the harder problems. So we look forward to not only the technology being turned loose, but also some of the dollars being turned loose as well. All right, questions from all of you out there. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to bring it to you so the live streamers can hear you.
Quick question. I wasn't able to write down the name of the website that you talked about, the
for innovation resources. Can you repeat that, and also your website for SNR? Thank you.
It's www.innovationamerica.us/daily. And daily. You're going to love it and hate it because it comes every morning at 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and you're going to have 20 articles or 25, and you say, oh my God, how do I absorb this?
It's outstanding. Just remember, you're not going to be quizzed, right? No quizzes on the articles.
No quizzes on the
and
articles.
you don't have to read every one.
Right.
And the other website.
Thanks for the opportunity to say my website. So SNR can be found at www.sandr.org. You can also go directly to halcyonincubator.org. And conveniently, in about 3 weeks, we're going to be publicizing our next round of applications for cohort 6. If anyone wants to come and live in a mansion in Georgetown while they get the best mentorship we can give you and some money. Yeah, it's called halcyonincubator.org. I'll spell it. It's HALCYON and then incubator.org.
Nice. Hi, I'm interested in the foundation structure where you can take equity, and I've heard a lot of nonprofits want to explore using that as well. Is that allowed under 501c, or would a nonprofit have to form a foundation in order to take equity while they have an in-house?
Sure. I've been doing this and helping people set up this type of a structure for over 20 years now. And so a 501c3, as you know, can be a charitable foundation. You have to protect your charter so that the investors who are investing in your 501c3 don't get a threat of being perceived of funding and supporting for-profit type activities. So what we have done is we have a wholly owned for-profit subsidiary. Our nonprofit is called BioHealth Innovation, and we have BioHealth Innovation Management. BioHealth Innovation Management, you have to have separate boards of directors. You can't have governance between the two that looks the same. You have to have a different mission for that, but our for-profit is 100% owned by our nonprofit, and this is a very customary structure in the United States today. Okay, so all of the equity we own, or we put it into our for-profit organization. And there's another reason for that. It's a tax reason. If you took your equity and put it in your nonprofit and those assets started to appreciate, and you needed to get it out of your nonprofit to get them into the marketplace or into the for-profit world, you might create a taxable event if you've had appreciation on that asset in the nonprofit before you transfer it to your for-profit. So we created the vehicle to put the equity immediately into the nonprofit, into the for-profit, but our nonprofit provides all of the services to the companies in that portfolio because our entrepreneurs and residents are employed by our nonprofit. It's a lot more complicated than that, but it's taken 20 years to perfect with accountants and lawyers, but it's safe.
So that's one way. There's also the more recent change in SEC laws do actually provide for foundations who want to invest in for-profit businesses. It's not easy. You need a good IRS advisor, but the basic concept is that you have to be investing in for-profits that have a social mission that is aligned with your own. And Rich is absolutely right. You then have to be very careful what you do with any proceeds. But it's a fantastic way for these social enterprises to get funding and for the foundations to also be solving some of their problems. So.
Hi, my name's Monica, and I must say I'm actually a big fan of both of your works as a DC-based education startup in creativity. I mean, we're very grateful on the entrepreneur end to have accelerators, incubators like yourself that you provide that opportunity. So I'm curious from where you stand and having seen a lot of entrepreneurs and startups coming your way and asking for advice. The two channels I'll be curious to hear a little bit more insights, and if you can share some concrete examples is, one, what do you think is not happening enough on the entrepreneur end that you wish that entrepreneurs kept more in mind, especially as they apply or reach out to you and ask for advice? And second, what's not happening enough on the non-entrepreneur side of like public just understanding the work that you guys are both doing in helping entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. So I'll be curious if you can share some concrete examples.
Are you an
Thanks.
entrepreneur yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a really good question. It's being an entrepreneur is really hard. So I'll go backwards from the second question and then backwards. Because we provide living space, you get a tremendous build-up of the community within the cohort. They all live together, they eat together every day. When one of them is experiencing a moment of anxiety, because as well you know, in the morning you can be very anxious and in the evening you can be ecstatic, and it's the life of an entrepreneur, right? They even each other out and they help each other. And they always say, you know, I'm so glad I'm here because it's the only place that people don't think I'm crazy. That sounds to resonates with people. But I would say that, you know, some wisdom that we've gleaned from our selection process, you know, how do we select for successful entrepreneurs? Some things to bear in mind. We select people that really understand the problem that they're trying to solve, the complexity of it, because definitely there's some occasions of random discovery and moments of eureka, but most people come at things after years of hard work and really understanding the complexity of the problem that they're aiming to solve. We've turned down some great ideas for widgets because the person they've gone at it from the solution to the problem instead of the problem to the solution. Another thing that we really look for is being in the magic point on the spectrum between confidence and arrogance. This will probably also resonate with many of you. You have to be confident because people are going to tell you you're crazy and they're going to tell you you're wrong, and you have to have confidence in your vision and that you can see something that everyone else can't when they doubt you. You have to be able to galvanize support around you and get investment. So you've got to be confident. But if you go too far towards the other end of the spectrum, towards arrogance, and you're not flexible and you're not coachable and you're not going to take the advice of a mentor who's really done this before and really gets it. Now, you don't always have to take that advice, but you really you don't want to go too far towards the other end of the spectrum too. So we really look for people that are right in the middle. And then lastly, I will say, and related to all of those other points, you have to have persistence. You just got to get up and drive every day. It's tough.
We look at it from two perspectives. One is the entrepreneurial side, the other is from the market, technology, and the product side. From an entrepreneurial side, first of all, you have to determine whether or not the entrepreneur is ready to listen. Is the entrepreneur understand that they don't know everything there is to know about everything in the world, and the words that we always hear is, well, there's nobody that has anything like us in the world. Ours is so unique. There's not anything that's comparable to us, and our product and a technology is the only one like it in the world. Baloney. There is something comparable to what everybody is doing, even in some derivation or variation of what they're working on. So at the end of the day, though, if the entrepreneur is so stubborn, and we run into a lot of this with scientists, they feel they know more than anybody else in the world about that particular science, because they're so embedded in that, because they're at the bench every day working on this science they're so proud of. But guess what? We find they are sometimes the most difficult entrepreneurs in the world to work with. They are not willing to relinquish control. They are not willing to bring in partners with complementary skills that will assist them in building a company. When we find people like that, we basically walk away, okay? We have to find people that want to work together in a team environment, are willing to embrace bringing in other resources to help them grow. The first thing we do with any entrepreneur or business that we get engaged with, we actually form a business advisory board. Not a formal board of directors, a business advisory board that understands those things different than the technology or the science. If they're unwilling to bring in advisors who are most willing to work for free, then that's another look at it. We also are privileged enough to have analysts, and we have a lot of young people in our staff that are just like analysts at an investment banking or a venture capital firm. While we're doing the due diligence on the entrepreneur and the scientist, we're also doing the same thing on the product, the technology, the science, and the market. We only want to get involved, and the term we use is commercially relevant. A lot of people will get involved with science that's at the proof of concept stage, They've proved that it works, but they haven't proven that there's a market where someone will buy it, you can mass produce it, you can make a profit on it, it's unique, it's proprietary, and you can protect it. So those are the types of things that we're looking for on the market and the product and the technology side. At the same time, we're trying to evaluate whether or not we think we can work with that entrepreneur.
So heads up, everyone. There's about 5 minutes left. So we've got a question over here, and we'll see if you've got one after this. But if you've got a question, be ready to ask it.
Hi. So my name is Patty Simonton. I'm with a group called the Mentor Capital Network. We are very familiar with S&R and Halcyon. We have a lot of same alumni, actually, with that group. I have both a quick statement and a question for you guys. One, if you're looking for yet another business plan competition, we actually do have ours open now through August 3rd for social impact, mission-driven social impact companies. Second was a comment, actually, what you mentioned about when you're presenting your business, to not mention that you're a social entrepreneur. There's new data out that is actually still, it's in draft form, one would say, but it's moving that that's the case unless you're a woman. And as a woman, when you are pitching, if your idea is actually is mission-driven, is social impact, investors actually look more favorably on women who pitch that. There's whether it's a assumption that there's just more caring or passion or whatever, that investors expect that they will perform better in those companies than otherwise. In that vein of women, though, in particular, in your experience, what are some of the biggest challenges that you've seen in terms of the companies that go through your programs, and how women struggle with different things long term? Do investors view them differently in your experience? Do they struggle years down the road with building teams? Do they collaborate better? What are some of the big things that jump out for you?
Do we have an hour?
I know, it's a huge topic, I know, sorry.
No, Patty, really quickly, can you say your website for your business plan?
Sure, well, the website is mentorcapitalnet.org. The deadline is August 3rd. It's free to apply. It'll take about a half hour, and we can go from there. Happy to chat about it.
Yeah, you know, that is one of the problems that we've identified and that we're focusing on. We have a very diverse set of fellows. We're proud to say that we've got 40% women. We have a huge percentage of minority entrepreneurs in our fellowship program. And that's quite unusual. It's actually something that we've deliberately worked on obtaining. And we have not seen investors reflect that demographic. Okay, so investors are of a different generation and look very different to our entrepreneurs. And therefore, there's gaps on both sides, right? The investors are very often missing great opportunities because it's being presented to them by someone who doesn't necessarily look like them and doesn't sound like them, and they can't quite hear it very well. Whereas the entrepreneurs are, obviously also missing out on the wider pool of investment very often. This is something that we're tackling in a few different ways. We're still living in a society where there are more CEOs named John running Fortune 500 companies than there are women. So this is this is a huge problem, and this is after we've proven that diverse teams perform better. So it's such a multifaceted problem, but one that we're well aware of. We work to train our entrepreneurs to as best that we can. One thing that we try to encourage is that when you have co-founder teams of women and men, that they don't do this self-fulfilling prophecy where they have a pitch competition and they have the guy pitch. Because the woman will push him up there. She knows just as well as he does that they've got a 75% greater chance of winning that competition if he pitches, even if she's the more competent pitcher. So, but then you just see men pitching. So it is a really pervasive problem, and one that really affects both minority entrepreneurs and women, and we need to tackle it from both ends together.
We've had about 22 companies go through our accelerator programs, and a number have been women. And I think one of the first things we try to assess when, regardless of a man or a woman, with the business plan that they come in with, we find a lot of people come in with a for-profit idea, but sometimes it's really a social more socially oriented idea that should be a nonprofit that's being formed rather than a for-profit corporation. So one of the things we try to evaluate when we're meeting with entrepreneurs early is their mission and the product and what they ultimately want to do with that more oriented to the social side of the world or really the commercial and the capitalist side of the world. Because you can go down the path a long way thinking you have a for-profit idea, finding out no one wants to invest in it, but there's a whole bunch of foundations out there that are excited about what you're trying to do. And so I think that's one of the first things that needs to be assessed. One of our very successful accelerator companies has developed a cap that is a smart cap that you can monitor premature babies in Africa and developing countries, and that's where they're launching the product. And their technology can monitor, the cost of their technology can monitor 20 premature babies in a neonatal unit, that's using the term loosely, in Ghana, and that same cost would be to monitor one patient in the United States. So that has been a fantastic opportunity. At first we thought it was a nonprofit opportunity. They're developing a real business for-profit opportunity from that technology, and they've gotten a lot of support from both the foundation side as well as the for-profit angel investor side at this time.
Good morning. My name is George Cook. I'm the chair and CEO for the Center for the Creative Economy here in DC. I have a comment and a question for both the comments for both of you. Richard, you're responsible for the creative economy efforts here in DC. I had the opportunity to go to 2 of your creative economy summits in Philadelphia. The last one, I took the executive director of the Arts Commission and the executive director of the Economic Development Organization in D.C. to your conference. They drank the Kool-Aid and came back and got studies started here in D.C. about our creative economy. Those 2 that you did in Philadelphia were really important. Kate, one of my board members, was in Hallican House, Gilbert Perkins. My question is, and both of you have touched on this, when I'm a painter, when I look at science and the arts, there's a very core similarity, and I'd like to have you talk about it, if you will. And that is that the creative process and the scientific process are basically the same process in terms of behavior. And I'd like, if you could, talk a little bit about that.
You want to start since I just... Well, you're talking about science and the arts. You want to, Maryland and Human Genome Sciences, Craig Venter, mapping of the human genome. When you talk about science and the arts coming together, if you look at what people have done with DNA and the mapping of the human genome today, it's like working with Canvas. And if you look at the companies that are out there, about, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, I sent in $100 to National Geographic with a swab test to get my DNA tested, which was a very rudimentary thing that you could do back then compared to the sophistication in the test that you can do now with like 123andMe and the other companies out there. But I think there's a tremendous analogy from, as you're speaking, from the art world to the scientific world and how those converge. Okay, because artists, graphic artists, engineers are intimately involved in mapping the human genome today. And that's why we are called biohealth technology, not biopharma or biotechnology. What you have is the convergence today of all technologies and industries coming together, because you have analytics, IT, graphic design, tools, biomarkers, biotechnology research, mapping, all of this where everybody has to work together, first of all, to better explain to everybody how this research is evolving and explain it to, the common folk out there. What is it that you're intending to do with this sophisticated scientific research? So I think there's a tremendous convergence today around the creative economy between art and science coming together in almost all fields.
So I'll respond with a question. Is anyone here afraid that artificial intelligence is going to put them out of a job in the 21st century? Is anyone really excited for the prospect that artificial intelligence might put them out of a job? We all won't have to work again. So I asked that question in regards to the fact that we really see the 21st century as being one of human creativity. And we don't see sort of the distinction between the fields in that sense. We're about to launch an arts incubator at the Fillmore School not far from Halcyon to support civic-minded artists in the same way that we support social entrepreneurs at Halcyon. We can't wait to see what happens when we get them in the room together along with some of our scientists. And we just really think that creativity piece is what's going to distinguish us all going forward. If we can't harness that, we're no different from robots. And I will say, it's sort of more in direct response to your question, the thing that I see that's similar between these three groups that we support, scientists, artists, and entrepreneurs, they're all driven by the work, right? They're not driven by money. They're not driven even by the outcome necessarily, some of them. They just get up every day and they plunge into the work that is at hand, that they've often created for themselves. And that's sort of the distinguishing factor. And when you get them all together, they see that in each other. They're all looking at different parts of the elephant, but they're all driven in the same way. And I think that's what's uniquely creative when you take it out of these field silos.
So as we wrap up, I'll say these two things. One, in our experience, the artists want the credibility of the scientists, and the scientists want the visibility of the artists. And so therefore, bringing them together makes a whole lot of sense. The second thing I want to say is thank you. So thank you to Rich, thank you to Kate, thank you to all of you for your good questions. And my final thank you goes to Dennis for organizing this event over the last couple days, which, as you know, if you're an event planner, takes a whole lot of effort. So thanks, Dennis. The next panel starts now.
So while we were having all this great fun yesterday, on the other side of the city, other side of the river in Washington, D.C., were the finals of the USA Creative Business Cup. And when that happened, we actually have some winners that we're going to announce as soon as everyone takes a break, I guess. We'll also be joined today by folks from Gallaudet University here in Washington, D.C., and we'll be joined by some more students, I think, who will arrive in a little bit with one of their professors as well. So we welcome them to our gathering, and we're looking forward to it. This is my only sign language I remember still. Yes. Okay, so we're not going to get up here. No. Okay. So Richard, if you would come. So since Richard was actually a judge yesterday in that competition, he's the vice president of the Cade Museum of Science, Creativity, and Invention in Gainesville, Florida. And he's involved there also in the Cade Museum Prize for a number of years now. So he's quite experienced at judging these kinds of startup competitions. So he'll announce to us the winner and the runner-up of the 2016 USA Creative Business Challenge. The winner of that will go to Copenhagen and compete at this global event that Rasmus is the head of and founder of, the Global Creative Business Cup, in November during Global Entrepreneurship Week. So, for the winners.
Okay, yeah, once again, I'm Richard Miles. I was one of 4 judges that yesterday afternoon we looked at 3 teams over at Busboys and Poets, where the competition was, and they pitched us on their ideas. They're all very early stage companies, And we're pleased to announce the winner was a company called Kitchology, KITCHOLOGY.com. Essentially, they're the first integrated platform for special diets. So the way it works is you upload your favorite recipe or dish, and they'll help you convert this, suggest substitutions that are fit your diet, whether it's dairy-free or vegan or peanut-free or whatever. And the way they make money is that they will then sell or make available the back-end analytics to manufacturers, food manufacturers, and so on. So those food manufacturers can then start having their pulse on the, or finger on the pulse of these various special diet communities. The runner-up was a company called Pelonkey. It doesn't mean anything at all, we learned. PELONKEY.com. Essentially, they're a digital booking agency, and they help marry performing talent with event planners and so on. So as Dennis said, Kitchology will be making a trip to Copenhagen representing the United States in the Creative Business Cup competition.
I thought the companies were going to be present because I had presents for them, but they will get them otherwise. For those of you who arrived today, my name is Rasmus Cherning. I'm from Denmark, and I run the Creative Business Cup. I've also been chairman of the European Creative Industries Alliance, which is a policy network, and we're going to talk policy today. And I know I have some experts on IPR, but let's just outline what we mean when we say policy. Of course, that's partly political in the sense that what should be done. It's also a political philosophy. Should we do anything? Are the markets good enough in correcting mistakes in the markets? Is there a problem with the A-list that we talked about yesterday among actors? Is the music industry too dominated of a few actors such as Live Nation? These things. So we're going to talk about what can governments, so state governments, what can regions and what can cities do to either adopt laws or make recommendations, change framework conditions, allocate funds for the culture and creative industries. And as you all know, there are many ways, there are many tools for a government or many tools for public authorities in this field. Of course, lawmaking is something that's the most, you could say, intrusive and also most complicated. Some of it is also international law. For example, when we negotiate in the EU with the USA about intellectual property rights and these kind of agreements, that's it's a lot of money at stake. Should we let the French continue to block out non-French movies from the cinema? They're not blocking them completely. You can still see Arnold Schwarzenegger in Paris, but they have quotas on music and on movies in the radio stations and the movie theaters. Is that okay? Less intrusive would be recommendations. I know in the UK, the government has been able to get the banking sector to agree that if startups from the creative industries are being rejected by the bank is obliged to, not because it says in any law, but because they have a gentleman agreement, that they have to advise them somewhere else. They have to find an alternative funding for this startup. So if you sit in a bank and you met with a startup from the creative industries and you have to give them you have to reject their loan application, you have to, as employee of the bank, actually research into alternative funding for the startup. And that is not legislation. So there are different levels of what you can do. Why should we do anything? That is obvious. We talked about it yesterday a lot. This is it's about growth, jobs. In Denmark, it's 11.8% of the economy. The creative industries, of course, depending on how you define it. These are huge exports sectors as well. in most industrialized countries. And so in general, there is a great potential. There's something that doesn't work. So maybe there's something government can do about it. And I have 10 suggestions, 10 recommendations from this little work I did with this European Creative Industries Alliance. And they fall into 3 groups. I'm not going to go into all 10 of them, but you can either download it or have a copy here. The first set of recommendations is about how do we get the rest of the economy, the 90%, to ask for more creative competences or to buy creative services. In other words, the B2B aspect of the creative industries is not all about producing movies and music and books. It's also about selling your creative competence to other companies. The second group of recommendations is about business support. IPR, understanding, protection, exploitation, internationalization, access to finance, clustering. Clusters is very important for creative industries. And I think it's because I usually make the comparison with, we all have a grandmother who had this great recipe that we tried to write down, go home and copy. And when we did, it didn't work. Her tacit knowledge of making this dish or cake got lost. The information got lost. This tacit information got lost when it was made explicit in a recipe. You have to actually stand next to your grandmother for a while to learn how to make it. And that's the same thing with the creative industry. To make a great movie or to make hit songs like they do in Stockholm, you have to be near each other. You have to be next to each other. So I think there's a lot about this tacit knowledge that's part of the creative industries, and that's why clusters are important. Hollywood is the most obvious example. Italian shoemakers in northern Italy is another example. Great TV series is a Danish example of these clusters where you have companies that collaborate and compete. Then the last, and then I will shut up, group of recommendations is the fact that it's ironic that the transportation sector in Denmark, which is the buses, the roads, the airlines, everything that is about transportation, they're able to get together and make a 50-page document for the government about transportation and mobility 2050. And these are very, very diverse sectors, airlines and ferries and buses, but they're still able to make one piece of document and give it to the Danish government and say, here, this is what we think you should do. That is not happening for the creative industries. We don't see the fashion sector go together with the game developers and the publishers, even though they have so much in common when it comes to the challenges that they're facing. So that's the last piece of recommendation, is to try and build coalitions among the creative sectors. They have historically been in competition, not so much here in the US because you don't really support the cultural and creative sector from a government level, but in many European countries it was a yearly battle on getting on the budgets of the states. So it was how much money would go to ballet and how much would go to classical music and to live music, etc. And that's why they have often been pitching against each other for the public support. And now they have to try and work together and say there's a lot of things in common when we take the market perspective. So that's the last part. I can understand also when lawmakers want to do something for the creative industry, say, scratch their head, because who should they ask? Who should they go to? If it was about farming, we know the farmers have their lobby organization. If it was about health, and there are others. So, but in this field, it's lacking. So this is a recommendation that we actually get more data and we get more of these sector-specific organizations to work together. Okay, enough. So let's talk about, it's a very long title, Policy, Funding, Educational and Regulatory Tools for Growing the Creative Economy. I have decided to interpret this not in the narrow sense of the creative economy that many do, saying this is, when we talk about creative economy, it's only about how large companies use or like corporate venture into the creative sector. Is how we could, but here it's general. It's also creative industries. And with me, I have some great people, women. Yes, Maurice Robert, that you also heard from yesterday, director at the Organization of American States here in Washington, D.C. We have Laura Poseski, that's lawyer at Gura and Poseski, partner. Yeah. And lastly, we have Tiombe Taye Carter, who is principal and CEO of Tally Carter Law. So, and also the founder and CEO and president of iDare Enterprises in New York, and founder of Creative MX Marathon. Sounds great. We'd like to hear more about that. In Hudson Valley, New York. So, and we will have until lunchtime, 11:50, to talk about what I think is probably the most efficient way of working with the creative industries, in the sense that you all know that lawmakers can really get a lot of stuff done if they can figure out what to do. I just want to say one thing for you guys: if you have to start lobbying your state government or local government, and they would say, where is the evidence? We want evidence-based policy. Then just say that we have had lots of policies against all evidence, such as the agricultural policy. We have supported the agricultural sector in Europe and also in the States, which has actually created more expensive products, more pollution, and has kept Africa poor. You could say in the EU, we used to spend 75% of the EU budget on our agricultural policies, and that was against all common sense. So now, should we start with the marathon? And then, but let's hear about that, and then also talk about your perspectives on policy. And maybe we could well, we could actually let all microphones go. Otherwise, I will be talking too much.
Okay. No. Good morning, and thank you so much for having me today. This is a wonderful event, and I'm so honored to be a part of. And so sure, I'm happy to talk about the Creatives MX Marathon since it's next week. And so forgive me if I run out to try to attend to some details. But it's an exciting event that we're doing in the Mid-Hudson Valley, which is in New York State. The Hudson River Valley is a portion of New York State, which is basically from New York City up to the capital region of Albany. So the Mid-Hudson is that little portion in between where people who live in New York City like to say you live upstate, but if you live in Albany or above, we're not upstate. So we're in the middle, and often trying to identify, that we're New York still. So the Creatives MX Marathon is actually a professional development platform that we have just created. This is our first one, where we're giving those emerging creatives that we've been talking about in the last couple of days, who have some talent, are really ready to go forward in the marketplace, but need some technical assistance, need some coaching and mentoring in terms of how to promote and brand themselves and to take that concept into the marketplace. And so we put them through a challenge over the Mid-Hudson Valley as the canvas. And so the Mid-Hudson Valley is comprised of 7 counties. It's 7 counties wide. We're only going to do 3 of the counties, but the creatives get to go over 4 days to each county and kind of explore what is the creative marketplace that we have. And so they have to do some challenges. They have to take master classes and work with their coaches. And then at the end, present their particular artwork or creative services to an audience. And so it'll be a really exciting time. They will feel like they actually ran a marathon when it's over, but it's not a running marathon. It's a creative marathon. So I'm very excited that it's launching next Wednesday.
Could you maybe just briefly say why do you need to do something different for the creative startups and SMEs than for any other startup and SME in that area?
Well, actually, because of the way we're positioned in the state, the creative economy is just now being looked at in a more deeper way. So a while back, there were a number of studies saying that, this creative economy, we need to pay attention to it. And now that we have kind of reached a tipping point that there are enough creatives who live up in the Mid-Hudson Valley and then work in New York City, that we have enough of a pool of creatives that we can see a marketplace actually developing.
But are you teaching them different things that you would teach clean tech startup or biotech startup in the area?
Well, actually, we are in this sense that we're working with the traditional disciplines. We have media arts, visual arts, literary arts, where they have to take master classes and work with actual industry veterans. And so it's important that we put them in a place to see their competition in a way that, and this is not art for art's sake, it's for entrepreneurial creatives who want to actually have their services in the marketplace. And so we put them through a series of challenges that we know that they will face. So for instance, one challenge is we have a council chambers where they actually have to have one-on-one sessions with professionals like ourselves or CPAs or other business consultants to help them review their business plan and work through that ideation portion of developing a concept. And so they actually get points for doing those things that we know makes creative people and also traditional business people more successful, but traditionally creatives don't like to do that part. So we have a process that kind of incentivizes them to do that.
Excellent, because I know that you will also often get the argument that, well, we have business support programs. They could just follow those. Why should we have anything specific? Why should we make export initiatives for? Right now, Denmark has an export initiative in Japan for kids' products, toys, fashion, etc. So, do any of you have an opinion? Why do we need to do something special for this sector?
Oh, I'm happy to share. Well, we look at it in this manner. Creatives tend to work in silos, and which is good because they're focused. And what we're hoping to do is help them to see that if you come out of your silo and bump into some other equally creative people, that there's even more magnificent things that can be brought about. So in what we're doing with the marathon, it's meant to kind of foster that kind of environment. And then we're, similar to today, we're having them look at industries that they wouldn't normally look at. For instance, we talk about arts and healthcare, but now, and it's important to have arts in our medical facilities for sure, but let's look at the policy of healthcare and how can arts be actually interwoven in how we even approach healthcare. And so that's one of the sessions that they'll actually be encouraged to go to because we are encouraging them to go to.
And from a macro level, pulling back a bit, one of the things that I've experienced, and in addition to being an attorney, I was president of Washington Area Lawyers for the Arts, which is a legal services organization to help artists. So when you represent a lot of creative clients, you start to see patterns and trends. One of the challenges that we routinely saw in the context of working with creative individuals and creative businesses was that the infrastructure, the policy infrastructure, the regulatory infrastructure, the funding infrastructure, where it relates to creative businesses, creative enterprises, and I'm talking along the whole continuum from artistic through technological innovation and scientific innovation. It just was non-existent. And I think over the course of the past 10, 15 years, there's been tremendous inroads to make transformations that help create more infrastructure, but even still to this day, there are inadequate building blocks, I'll say, to really support creative enterprise, because we're looking at doing something different. We're bridging across what were traditionally siloed enterprises. We're bridging across disciplines, going scientific to artistic, legal to social services. I mean, there's a whole range of crossover that's happening, and we just don't have the laws in place to address how you deal with those issues or the policies.
Well, that's, thank you for the segue, because the OAS is a regional international organization. The members of the OAS are the sovereign states of the Americas, from Canada to the north to Argentina to the south, so all the sovereign states. So, and we have a number of, and here in Washington, D.C., you have this organization, the OAS, where we have ambassadors. So these countries have ambassadors to the OAS. In the case of small countries, it's the same person who's ambassador to the White House as the ambassador to the OAS. So being a political forum, we bring together the policymakers, and including with respect to the creative sector and the cultural sector. It used to be called the cultural sector. Now it has, over the past few years, changed to the creative economy and creative sector. Let me give you a few examples. In November, mid-November, in Paraguay, in South America, Asunción, which is the capital, we will have the meeting of ministers of culture, but it will be not just the ministers of culture. We will also bring a number of representatives or other policymakers that deal with the creative economy from the entire hemisphere to discuss to actually share best practices, to talk about their experience as to how to grow the creative economy. And so it's not about, grading the different countries of the hemisphere, saying this one is good, this one is not good. It's about how can we learn from one another? What are the programs that I can learn from and I may have to adapt to my own reality? So that's one thing that's the sharing of best practices, of experiences, and also not so good experiences. So sometimes it's also good to learn what not to do. Another type of experiences or a program that we have that the countries are very interested about, it's, if you look at the productive structure of the Americas, including the United States, 95% of the firms are small. Small might be different how it is defined here. Here it's less than, 200 employees, I think, but in other countries it's much smaller. But so the productive sector is comprised of very small enterprises. And a lot of those are in, if you look at Latin America and the Caribbean, are the new enterprises where there is growth has to do with the high impact SMEs. And a lot of those are in the creative sector. So again, in the context of different programs that these countries have, they have, for instance, a network of small business development centers. This is a place where I, as a small business or the owner of a small business, can go to get services. Now, these SBDCs, and they exist in the U.S. In fact, the countries in the Americas, in Latin America and the Caribbean, have adopted, I should say, the U.S. model that has proven to be very successful over the past 40 years. And in providing services to their SMEs or their micro enterprises in some cases, there is a particular attention, a new focus on the creative economy. I'm not going to say that it's all perfect and they all know what to do, but there is a realization that this is, and for many countries have decided the creative sector is one of their priorities. So how to get there is also to learn how to serve, how to be accessible to those SMEs.
I wonder if we are soon going to take questions also from the audience. Is it possible for policymakers to pick winners? I've seen in Denmark, and I've been fighting with the government because they had, in 2011, the civil servants had decided that what works is design, because design is everything. Interactive media and computer games. So when we made the statistics for this area, we took all everyone that worked in developing some IT systems. They were all part of the creative sector, and also fashion to some extent. One of the biggest companies in fashion is a bestseller company. You don't know, it's a holding company for Vero Moda and Jack and Jones, and they're very big in Asia. So I wonder if you have an opinion. Is what should governments try and not predict what will be the big thing in the future, or where I was thinking yesterday when we were talking. Some of you were here when we were talking about education. What should parents tell their kids to study? My dad told me to study political science. It took me 11 years, and I was afraid of dying of premature boredom, but I did finish it. And can we somehow can governments look into, like I think you've done in New York? Are there certain sectors that are more interesting than others? Maybe because there are some natural resources in an area that are, the reason why the Danish ceramist found something in Vietnam, a factory that she bought, was because in Vietnam they have a long 500 years history of porcelain outside Hanoi, because the resources there, natural resources, are like that. What is your opinion on this? Any of you?
So since I'm holding the mic, I'll start, and then I'll pass it along. In a silo, I would say it's a very bad idea for the government to make these decisions. One of the key learning takeaways I had working locally in the District of Columbia on these issues is that the most effective changes and the most effective priorities that a government will make will happen when there's adequate stakeholder input from the community that they're looking to serve and tap into and promote. I will tell you that in my experience, one of the things that I think people generally find that lawmakers and lawyers are not creative people, and when they do get creative, it's a bad sign. Now I challenge that every day, but I think lawmakers and lawyers need to be creative in the right ways, not in kind of uninformed ways. And so, just taking, for example, again, the District of Columbia, there was an article recently that was broadcast, and actually an excerpt on NPR earlier this week, so the timing was perfect, and they talked about the impending cultural plan that the District of Columbia is planning to release, and talked about a 2-year run and all the input that they're soliciting and getting. And the reality is that the District of Columbia has been grappling for well over a decade on identifying what's an appropriate cultural plan. And one of the most effective frameworks that I experienced was early on, about 10 years ago, right after the recession had hit. You had the city brought together all the different clusters and put everybody in a room and said, talk amongst yourselves. Give us what you think is important. Where do we need to be putting our priorities? Where do we need to be putting our limited dollars, because dollars are scarce? And there were some incredible takeaways that came out of that. Now, one of the challenges that I think happened was that there were limited dollars, and again, back to the infrastructure point, you really didn't necessarily have the infrastructure in the existing regulations at the time to make some of those changes happen and happen quickly. So that's what I would say to government. I think government's great. You have to have public-private partnerships. Having government involved in these transitions is mission critical, but it's also important for creatives and creative entrepreneurs to engage in that political process and make sure that policymakers and leaders, government leaders, understand what the criteria are, what's essential for you as businesses, as small businesses, as growing businesses, as creative enterprise. So.
And I agree mostly with what we're saying today is that it's important that all creatives, and I think this room knows that all beings are creative, interact with each other, right? And you don't want it to only be allowed that there's one process to do a thing, that there's only one way to get funding, there's only one way to be educated, because we are diverse people, and we need to have access to resources that meet our needs. And so government needs to be able to embrace the community that they're serving, and not just be top down, that this is the box we made for creatives, and you must come to this box to get what we have. So we're looking at ways to make sure that that doesn't happen, that our local communities have access to information, and that's a way that policy can become involved, because it's important that we set up structures for information to be disseminated in a way that all the communities can have access to it, as well as looking at what are those institutional facilities and venues that we have in our communities, and how are they being utilized, and who has access to use those facilities. So it's important to have government involved in that conversation, because they're often deciding how the funding structures happen, but it's also important that the creatives are aligned in that conversation, that it's not just a siloed dialogue where the suits only talk to the suits. You don't want us to make all the decisions, you want us to make the decisions.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think what we have seen at the OAS, as if we look at the rest of the hemisphere, where there have been successes, is when exactly you have the policymakers that are and the stakeholders together. And also when you look at what and you referred to that earlier, what are your assets? What do you have? I mean, not everybody can be Silicon Valley, and should not be. So, but what else? Maybe sometimes we are so, all of us, fixed in our way of thinking. And sometimes you have to, if you bring different people, this is when diversity becomes particularly important, because you bring, and they make you think differently and see things that you would not, or have, maybe, ideas you would not have entertained. So I think this is important, and when we bring the policymakers, the ministers of, culture, or ministers, or those responsible for competitiveness, because we have a network that brings the competitiveness authorities. Well, it's not just them, but other partners, including the civil society, including academia, including, in a few cases, the private sector, and in other cases also multilateral organizations. So you bring all these people at the same table, and they don't necessarily see eye to eye on everything, but what is important is to share ideas and see what can we do collectively to push the envelope here. And I think there's no one solution. I'm an economist by training, and of course, when I went to graduate school, That's a few years ago. And the idea was like, no, you can't, industrial policy was all bad. Nowadays, well, if you look here in the US at the Economic Development Administration at the US Department of Commerce, that's what they do. They work with the local, the municipalities, the local people. They bring all the stakeholders together. They create private-public partnerships. So they put a little investment, but everybody else does too, and that's what makes their project successful.
While you have the microphone, Maurice, I just want to ask you, the OAS, it's 50 or 60 states?
It's there are 35 sovereign states, countries in the Americas,
Yeah.
and currently at the OAS there are 34 active members.
Okay. But the Americas comprises more countries, right?
Countries, I mean, as in
Yeah.
sovereign?
Yeah.
No.
No, okay.
But you have a number of islands, for instance, Dutch islands,
yeah.
French.
Exactly.
So, for instance, Curacao,
Mhm.
which is next to Venezuela, it's
Yeah.
it's part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and but they're not sovereign, so they're not members of the. And to be a member of the OAS, you have to be located in the Americas and to be a sovereign state. We have also permanent observers. Denmark is one of them, but cannot be a member.
You know, we sold the Virgin Islands to the United States about 100 years ago. So it was a good deal for everyone, I guess. The reason why I asked you about these countries was, are there any of the members of the OAS that you think could be of a particular inspiration for us here today? Some that you've seen that has, made a transformation in a field, gone from producing agricultural products to producing experiences.
Well, I'm thinking of the Caribbean, the English-speaking Caribbean in particular. A number of these countries, well, first of all, they're very small. I mean, small in terms of, the smallest country in the Western Hemisphere is St. Kitts and Nevis, a population of 40,000. That's it's pretty small. And there are two islands, St. Kitts and Nevis. And a number of these countries were not St. Kitts, but banana producers, and they had like one single crop. And when it became impossible or to make money with that, they had to rethink, what is it that we are good at? What can we do? And it's all about human creativity. In fact, 2 years ago, there was a big meeting in Trinidad and Tobago, which is another country in the Caribbean, that brought together the entire hemisphere to discuss competitiveness, and the main theme was human creativity. And so what they're looking at particularly the creative economy. Mostly what we would call cultural, the cultural sector, but it also includes digital. And now there is a new issue that countries of the hemisphere are looking at. It's the issue of big data, artificial intelligence, everything that has to do
Is it
with
also about digitization of cultural products and cultural heritage, etc.?
Yes, cultural, yes. And for instance, the Google Cultural Institute is getting in touch with all these countries and will be at our meeting in November to actually make accessible the cultural heritage of particularly paintings, anything that can be put online. And so I think and also when we think about cultural heritage, tourism, these two linked together, I think there's particularly in the Caribbean, there's a interest in. What is also interesting is that in some countries in Latin America, particularly Peru, Guatemala, because of the richness of their indigenous cultures, I should say, and the same for Bolivia, there is also there an attempt to bridge, the new world, which has to do with the creative sector, creative economy, digital products, with the cultural heritage, with tourism, and so. But it's work in progress. It's not necessarily, because it takes, in many cases, it takes funding, to make these things happen. But what we see is that it's not just at the level of the central government that this is happening, but at the level of the communities. If you go to Peru in particular, this is particularly striking, because you go to the little, pueblito, and you will have a number of experiences going on, programs where the community, the stakeholders are very involved. And this is, this is why we, when we bring the policymakers together, we want to share those experiences, because you will not hear about those. So to bring those experiences so that others could learn and maybe, again, adapt to their own reality these experiences.
Thank you. Yesterday, in the panel, one of the participants called for more support, more public funding for the arts. And we were towards the end of the panel, so I didn't want to, protest, because you could say, is this what it's about? It's true that, building Guggenheim in Bilbao with support from the EU and the local government, etc., created a lot of economic growth, although it was a cultural investment. But I also thought of this: do we risk seeing cities competing with the taxpayers' money on attracting certain kind of startups? I also mentioned yesterday that I met the Creative Business Cup Israel competitor from 2014, and they had their CTO placed in Buffalo, New York. The rest of the team was in Israel, but for the moment, Buffalo, New York was financing, I think, a year or a year and a half, where they should have a presence there. Yeah. And you risk that Hayes, Kansas, and Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, will compete with Buffalo, New York, on getting all the cool startups to come. How do we avoid that? Should we divide, and should we make some specialization, maybe, because it's more natural than saying, well, there's a reason why we make sluggers in Louisville, because we have over the years developed this competence to make those. What is your thought about this? That we risk a competition.
Well, we do have that happening. I'll just give an example in my small mid-Hudson Valley. So in the Hudson Valley, we're divided by counties, and in the mid-Hudson Valley, there are 7 counties, and each county has their own economic development office. And so we're literally competing amongst each other to get the same few businesses to come to the mid-Hudson Valley, but I might, try to sweeten the pie for Orange County versus my sister across the river who's in Dutchess County is going to try to sweeten her pie a little bit better. But at the end of the day, they're coming to the mid-Hudson Valley, but we have seven county offices competing with each other for that same company. So that's not efficient, right? Having a geographical indicator and helping to get people to think regionally, that's where we have some issues that we need to work on. And it's always a balance of identity versus efficiency. And so how do we create a process for identity to shine through, but also balance the efficiencies that need to happen. And I just have to say that that's where there's opportunity. There's certainly a lot of opportunity in that space to work on.
I was going to add to that. We are also dealing with competing philosophies on how this should be approached. There certainly are schools of thought that believe, kind of along Adam Smith, that the most strongest will prevail in a competitive environment. I'm not sure if that directly applies to different government entities competing against each other for the same business, but I'm sure someone would argue that it does. And likewise, here in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, we have 5 local governments, and we have city governments within those, nested within those, and they all have cultural plans, and they're all sorting out how to attract the businesses, and they're all vying for the same pieces of the pie. And so that does present challenges, particularly since they don't really talk to each other all that much. It's amazing that I can see the Capitol here from across the river, and I doubt that anyone in the mayor's office in the District of Columbia is regularly speaking with someone in the Arlington County Board, or Fairfax County, or Prince William, or Prince George's, or Montgomery County. Those conversations do happen, but perhaps not at the level and at the depth that is required. So yeah, it's a challenge, and to your point, I think we get into a world where you do have some relative strengths and weaknesses, and those do need to be vetted out and thoughtful, but not kind of in a back room over cigars deciding this is how we're going to split the pie. And each district is going to take, we're going to take film, we're going to take IT, we're going to take, I mean, that's got lots of problems. So
There's, you maybe think of, you probably all have heard about Richard Florida, American professor that did a series of books on the creative class, where he proposed that actually, usually taught economists that the workforce goes where the jobs are. And Richard Florida says it's the other way around. The companies will locate where the talents are, where the people are. And he made a proposal that cities should focus on the 3 T's, which would be technology, so have a good technological infrastructure and Wi-Fi and all that. The right talents, but also tolerance. So gay parades and things that could show that this is a tolerant community. And a lot of this was very well, became very well known in Europe, and many cities tried to model around that. Have Madonna perform somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and then suddenly people would actually, there would be a net movement of people to that city if they did that focus. I see it is a possibility. There was a few years after, Stephen Malanga, another economist, said, well, what governments should do, local governments in the US should do, is not to build more cultural houses or have nuit blanche, things like that. People in the US want parking spaces, good schools, and transportation. So that's what. So it's also about how, what kind of political standpoint you have, and also about the causality of Richard Florida's proposal. So so this is maybe more a question about what economic development policies do you believe in, and what works with, particularly with the creative sector. Is it a mixture between the arts? Some of you said the arts. Is it something about, we build an arts museum, and then around that there will be a lot of other stuff going on in that field?
Well, I just have to chime in with a little anecdote to the parking space comment, because last night I was actually at a board meeting with an organization that I serve on their board, and the community in Montgomery County and Silver Spring are actually auctioning off parking spaces for creatives to sit in parking spaces and do presentations and offer services or performances and whatnot. So I thought that was a really interesting kind of turn on communities wanting parking spaces. So anyway, so I don't know if anyone...
I could also phrase my question maybe even easier. Do we need funding for the creative industries? Is that what's needed?
So
More
yes,
money?
we need funding for everything that needs funding. So yes, the answer to that is yes. I guess I'm resistant that it has to be this kind of funding or that kind of funding, because there are a lot of different kinds of needs. There are these micro entrepreneurs who just have a baby idea and they need a couple of dollars to just see can they even make a sample. So there should be a process for them to get that, and they are typically in a challenging demographic to have this extra funds to do something like that. so there should be a way for that to happen. And then there should be the big bucks funding for research and to bring, you know, heavily financed prototypes to concept. So there should be a way for that to happen. So I just kind of challenge us creative community to think of all the boxes that need to happen and how can we bring those boxes to fruition. One thing that I have noticed, you know, a little bit of both works. Sometimes, yes, if we create a museum, all of these kind of spillover services and content will come about. And then sometimes it's nice to see a community where, you know, just the individual creative types do their thing, and there's kind of this richness that's happening. It's not an organized, government down plan that occurred. It's just a couple of cool kids got together and started doing some things, and so thankfully the government kind of got out of the way and allowed zoning to relax in a way to allow maybe some live workspace that wouldn't normally be approved in that zoning, and create a district around what was organically emerging. And so we need to have a way for that to happen, because that's fruitful as well.
I just want to comment, because we were talking before the panel today, and one of the other aspects of this is that public funding can be a very, very powerful tool in setting direction. If it's the right direction, it's very powerful and can have a lot of great outcomes. One of the challenges that I know I see is that because funding can be so challenging for creative industries to secure, it's a seal of approval. If a public entity puts funds into a particular project or a particular community, it does put a spotlight to focus on that and does help drive financial business around those centers. And so I don't think it's a good or bad thing. I just think how it gets implemented can have dramatic impact one way or the other.
Just to add to this, not so much about the public funding, I agree with both of you, but about access to credit. If you have an idea, or if you have more than an idea, something that's a little more tangible, but even though it's an intangible, how can you use this as a collateral? You know, this whole thing about, and there are a few countries in Latin America and the Caribbean that are looking at this, because that's a way also to assist your, you know, because the issue of access to credit, regardless of the sector, remains the single most obstacle to the growth of SMEs in this hemisphere. So, and how can you, in the context of the creative sector, how can we help? I think there are some experiments that are being done, but this is an issue.
I can say that if you want some inspiration, the European Union has adopted the cultural program, where there is a bank guarantee system that will be implemented by the European Investment Fund. It hasn't been rolled out yet, and it will be banks, the traditional commercial banks, that will actually have some extra funding to back their own loan giving. They should still be strict on the, but they will risk less when they start giving loans out. I was thinking about here in the U.S. You're such a big market, so you don't necessarily need to look at foreign market when it comes to culture and creative products. I don't know how much you do, but I know in Europe that's a big deal. Internationalization. The ceramist I mentioned yesterday and today, she doesn't sell a single product in Vietnam, although she produces her stuff there. She doesn't want to sell it because she's afraid it will be copied there. So the factory is actually closed. Lego also. Lego just last year opened their first factory in China. They didn't want a factory in China because they were afraid of copy products. Now the Chinese middle class have raised to a level where they want the real thing. They don't want the copy Legos. They want the real Legos. So there's, I think we need to talk a bit about internationalization and IPR as well in this panel. Is that something you face, or is it, you know, when you export something from New York to Arizona, I suppose the obstacles are not that big? That's by the way, I guess that's also a good case for the European Union, by the way, but that's a different thing. What is your thoughts on that?
Do you want to go? No, okay. Sometimes it's more difficult to get things through from one state to the other than it is to get from the United States to somewhere else, another country. So it is an issue, and internationalization is a big issue. I mean, it's an area where working with local, essentially micro-enterprises here in the District of Columbia, you didn't see internationalization all that much, and now there isn't a day go by where you don't see it several times a day. Because I do think people are, first of all, technology makes it much easier. But also people are learning the benefit of relying on those relative strengths to build a brand, build a product, engage in cultural exchange and creativity, because that helps expand their sense of what's going on. So, you know, it is a challenge. And the intellectual property piece, because you raised that issue as well, is also an area where it's still a work in progress. But we are seeing increasing efforts to harmonize intellectual property laws across boundaries, international boundaries. And that helps. That helps us. That helps all of us who are in the creative industries a great deal, because it does make it that much easier to get product, not just domestically, but on an international marketplace. So.
I can also mention that what we do in Creative Business Cup is that there are 2 cities in Denmark that will get a special visit in November. One city called Gribskov, there a billionaire has bought an old factory, and he wants to make it into an incubator, like 1776. It's in the middle of nowhere, and too close to Copenhagen still, that if you're an entrepreneur, you're not going to go there. You're going to go to Copenhagen, where it's cool and hip and all that. So he's going to actually this year invite all the Asian startups. So India, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, etc. They're all going to come to this incubator. All the ambassadors are going to come as well. They're going to go do a 3-day boot camp for all the Asian startups and all the local startups, and bring them together. And we have another city that does the same thing with startups from the Middle East and North Africa. That's 23 countries, in a way to also provoke the local startups. So they meet a Chinese startup that's really ambitious and wants to get out there. So that's maybe also a way. Internationalization might not necessarily be sending a delegation somewhere else. It could be actually bringing them and making the connections. And we also think in Creative Business Cup, traditionally, our startups have always lived in hotels or stayed in hotels when they've been there. It might be more beneficial for if there's an American startup in gaming, that they stay with a Danish startup in gaming. So we're trying to make a match. This will be Airbnb meets LinkedIn, where we try to make a link between the different people, because that's what really counts. Yeah.
Can quickly add to this. We have a program, and it was there earlier, but America's Competitiveness Exchange on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which during 1 week, we bring decision makers from the entire hemisphere to in Texas in April 2017, to visit innovation hubs, to visit, in the case of Texas, the focus will be very much on the creative economy and on Austin. So we will bring, we will bring people from all over the hemisphere to actually provide them with an opportunity to make those connections, to connect the talent, but we're not just, we're bringing the decision makers. So people who can say, yes, I'm from, I don't know, Guatemala or Peru or Barbados. I want to make connection with this particular incubator or this particular program, and I can take the decision. And so this is something that we have done this over the past 3 years with the U.S. Department of Commerce, the EDA, the Economic Development Administration. Has been extremely successful. We were in Arizona and California in April, and we're going to Canada, to Toronto, in September, and we want to go to other countries. We've been to Argentina, also to other countries in this hemisphere, and this is really a 1 week long engagement where and this is people to people, but people who can also take decision and can actually, it's not just a visit, but to actually have results, long-lasting results after.
And I'm getting a couple of signs from Dennis there. I just want to say that I can't be part of the closing remarks this afternoon because I'm actually going to Miami at 5:40. Miami is interested in pitching against Hawaii, Georgia, on bringing all the startups from the Americas to like a similar boot camp. So we will all see them. And Miami, of course, seems quite obvious. But Hawaii seems more fun. So unfortunately, I will not be here later on. I'll be here after lunch, but eventually I have to go out and fly down to Miami and see what they can offer startups from the Americas. And then, of course, I'm going to call Georgia and say you have to come up with something better. Pitch you against each other. No, well,
and she will
for the good of this. But questions, unfortunately, we will have to do during lunch. So come up and talk to our panelists. Thank you very much for your support and for backing me up here. And thanks. Dennis, do you want to say a few things about lunch? And
just to tell you when you have to be back, because you don't want to miss this. All right, Quenching Our Thirst for Invention is the story of Gatorade, like you've never heard it told before, by the daughter of the founder and the inventor of Gatorade. So you do not want to miss this. That's at 12:50. This evening, we have an activity at Tech Shop, which is right at the end of where we are. It starts at 4:30. Tech Shop is right in the Crystal City Underground. You go straight across the street, you make a right-hand turn, and you go up a little farther, and that's the entrance to Tech Shop. It goes from 4:30 to 8:30 this evening. It's best if you're coming, you can go online and also register and let them know you're coming, so they're just trying to keep track of how many people are going to be there. It's a very exciting program, and it's free food and drinks. I didn't say that. 4:30 to 8:30 this evening, right after we finish here. You have enough time to just walk on over there and join in the fun. Yeah, the workshop is a confab, and so they have a great lineup of all sorts of people, creatives from different industries and different sectors who are extremely active, very vivacious. It'll be a fun time. They're breaking it up constantly with dialogue and everything else, and it's fantastic. Well, those were quick. Quick. Susan has co-organized that event as part of the Creative Economy Coalition of the National Creativity Network.
We have organized 3 panels that will be talking about risk, impermanence, and the workforce. It's going to be really dynamic. We have artists on site who are going to be working at Tech Shop. It's going to be just a wonderful, exciting event. It starts at 4:30. The panels start at 5, go until 7:30, and then networking. But Tech Shop, if you've never been there, itself is a venue that's not to be missed. It's a maker space that is really dynamic and really sets the tone for what the new studio looks like. So I hope you'll join us. Thanks.
All right. So we are going to get underway here. And I'm excited to present to you Phoebe K. Miles, who's the president of the KU Museum for Creativity and Invention in Gainesville, Florida, who's going to talk about a thirst, quenching your thirst for invention, reminding us of a well-known product that is globally known, to which she is personally associated. Thank you, Phoebe.
Thank you, Dennis. So I just want to start by asking how many of you have ever been to Florida? A show of hands. Oh, well, a lot. And I am guessing that most people that go to Florida, when they think of Florida, primarily think of either tourism, retirement, maybe agriculture as an economy. Would that be a fair assessment from most people? And that has been true for a large part of Florida. Of our history. Even 100 years ago, the largest city was Key West, and the second largest city was St. Augustine. Gainesville, the University of Florida, was the fourth. So things have changed a lot in those 100 years, and I have some statistics I would like to share with you that I think you'll find very surprising. So if you see that triangle there, it's called the Florida Tech Corridor. It looks more like a triangle, but it's actually called the High Tech Corridor. If you, the 3 points of the triangle represent the University of Florida at the north section, University of Central Florida in Orlando, and University of South Florida in Tampa. Now, if you combine the patents produced by those 3 universities, we have 3 times the number of patents as a research triangle. If you combine the patents in that triangle, we also have more patents than MIT. That's shocking, right? And, yes, applause. And then finally, another statistic that is, I just am amazed every time I think about it. When you look at Gainesville alone, University of Florida, we have more publicly traded biotech companies per capita than anywhere in the world. So that's astonishing if you think about 100 years ago, Key West was our primary city, and those people still think of Florida as just being tourist. So I often ask people, how do you think we got from an exporter of produce, citrus, to an exporter of ideas and invention? Because that's really what we are now. And there are many, many ways. There's never just one reason that something happens. But the reason I'm going to talk to you about is something that is important to me. This is my father. He was the lead inventor of Gatorade at the University of Florida in 1965. Now, I don't always like to assume in an international audience that people understand what Gatorade is. They think of it as only a sports drink. However, this was the first electrolyte to be placed in a beverage in the world. It used to be that death by dehydration was the 3rd leading cause of death worldwide, until you had oral replacement therapies like Gatorade. So when you hear about oral treatment using electrolyte replacement therapy, it's based on the technology of Gatorade. So, my dad, we're talking about creativity, he was, without question, the most creative person I personally have ever known. He was a scientist, a doctor to be specific, this is him in his lab, but he was also a violinist. He restored, I got ahead of me. He hybridized New Roses. He restored cars. He wrote poetry. He recited poetry. And let me tell you, if you ever got in front of him and you wanted to recite Raven, that was, you could get out of it. So, he, through his example, is how I first came to understand that the difference between a scientist and an inventor is often in training the arts. He approached science with the mind of an artist, and he was able to see patterns, shapes, hidden meaning in data that other scientists might not catch, because he approached everything as an artist. So, back to the Gatorade story, he was recruited to the University of Florida in 1961 to open up a division of renal medicine. So he was a kidney doctor, and the brand new medical school had just graduated its first class. So he took on the responsibility of training the graduate students. They brought the very first dialysis machines to the state of Florida. Picture it with dialysis was a brand new technology. It was then. And they brought the first ones to the University of Florida. They also did the first kidney transplants in the state of Florida. They published dozens of papers on the kidney water, and hypertension. What's unusual about my dad is that he was friends with everybody. So he became very good friends with the security guard at the hospital. They used to have coffee almost every morning. And over coffee one day, the security guard, who was also a former linebacker for the Gators, said, "Dr. Cade, my players," and he was assistant football coach as well, I got that. He said, "My players never have to pee during a game." And I was thinking, "Doctor, that is a really fascinating question." I'm like, whoa. And he said, "Not only that, they lose up to 15 pounds a game." My dad, again, being creative, he could see the creative thread between many different things. Most people wouldn't see a connection between healthy football players in the prime of their life and kidney patients that are on dialysis and neither produce urine. So that led him to this thinking, wow, this must be really, really dangerous. He checked into it, and in fact, up to 30 players were hospitalized after a training session in August from heat, stroke, and dehydration. So he thought this could not be good. So he asked his friend, "Would you please introduce me to the coach? I have an idea. I would like to study this scientifically." So he introduced me to the coach, and the coach first said, "No way can you experiment on my varsity team. The freshman, however, is fine." So if you can get them to agree. So Dad got to brave volunteers. Their original names, they're the players. They had to agree to have their blood volume taken throughout the game. They collected their sweat. They collected temperature, although they did draw the line and said, "You can only take moral temperature." My dad had advocated for something else. Anyway, they did agree, and you will see the results here. My dad said what was really interesting is after conducting the study over several days, it only took 5 minutes to figure out what needed to happen. And I think, "Dad, it took 5 minutes, but you studied the kidney for 10 years, and you were a specialist, and how sodium moves throughout the body. And as they say, where sodium goes, water flows." And he understood immediately what the osmotic pressure of the screen needed to be, and that it needed to be paired with glucose, because sodium only enters the intestine when it's paired with glucose, which is why sugar-free drinks, the sports drinks, are a shame, and you should never buy one. So, at this point, he was all excited. He gave the drink to his players, and they refused to drink it because it tasted so bad. They said, "This tastes like toilet cleaner." And who would have thought if you were replacing sweat with something that is pretty much like sweat, it doesn't taste very good. So my dad was discouraged. He came home, and he asked my mom to do the same. My mom was just discouraged that they wouldn't drink. And my mom didn't think of herself as being creative, but she actually literally saved Gatorade, because she said, "Bob, when I'm cooking and I have to cover up a flavor, I add lemon." So she said, "Why don't you try squeezing some lemon and see if you'll drink it tomorrow?" So they handed some lemon into the drink. He took it back, and it was drinkable. It was not delicious, but it was drinkable. So now it got to the big test. The freshman team drinking Gatorade was going to compete against the varsity team. And in the scrimmage called the toilet bowl back then, freshman team had never won in the scrimmage. But surprise, surprises, in the third quarter they caught up, and in the fourth quarter they beat varsity. The coach was just like, he couldn't believe it, and he said, "Can I order this drink for the next game against LSU?" If you know SEC football, it's a big deal. LSU rivalry with the Gators. And guess what happened? The Gators won on the fourth quarter in a huge upset. So, Dad was thrilled. He started producing Gatorade in a little milk carton with his friend from agricultural sciences, and people started seeing the Gators drinking Gatorade out of milk carton and thinking, "Why are they drinking milk on the sidelines?" It didn't hurt that year they won almost every game. They became known as the worst undefeated team in history. And it didn't hurt also that Steve Spurrier won Heisman, and I don't know how many football guys, but the Heisman Trophy is a big deal if you're a football player. And you started seeing the first mentions in newspapers about the Gators drinking this Pepsi potion. It's not called Gatorade yet. So at this point, I also want to say that the second patients were not football players, they were infants that were hospitalized for severe diarrhea at Shands Hospital. And overnight, these infants were released. Almost overnight, because because they were able to rehydrate. The doctors, my dad decided not to go that route because that required FDA approval, but that is actually what you see in follow-on drinks like Pedialyte or the same basic formula. So basically, we have right now a very great invention. At this point, I always like to point out that an inventor is not the same as an entrepreneur. They are related. I think of it as a flip side of a coin of creativity. So both inventors and entrepreneurs are very creative, but it's a flip side of a coin. One needs the other. They both are in the same space, but it's different. So my dad is lucky that it wasn't only on him, but this is within his business plan for Gatorade. He really had no concept of how to market this product. So he went to the University of Florida at that time and said, hey, I've got this great invention, it's helping innovators, it has medical benefits, it's really a great product, would you help me market this? And they said, we are not in the soft drink business. There was no such thing as a sports beverage category back then, and certainly not in oral hydration therapy. So they turned him down. Luckily for him, his grad students were all hired as a group to go up to Indianapolis to start a division of dialysis there. Remember, it's a new method of treating kidney disease. So as a group, whenever they met Stokely Baker, they negotiated one of the best business contracts in history. Here they are toasting that success. They originally, those are the 3 graduate students with my dad, they were close to the same age, it looks like here, but anyway, they had agreed to sell the product to Stokely Baker. They were too nervous. They said they didn't know whether there was a market for this. So rather than buying it outright, they wanted to do a royalty structure per bottle sold, and they forgot to cap it. Yeah, that's the good news. So it was a great business contract. So that's the first part of the story. It's interesting, right? But it gets even more interesting. So following the success as it started selling the product, guess who said they were interested? Remember, it was the University of Florida came back and said, did we say we were into this? We actually are, and we own it. We own the idea because you developed it at the University of Florida. Now remember, those days there was no such thing as office technology licensing. It did not exist then. This had not been worked out legally. Nobody knew who owned something developed at a university. It became a commercial product. There wasn't really a streamlined method of dealing with that. This became a test case. It became a nasty lawsuit. It was the University of Florida in joining up with the federal government against the doctors, saying that the doctors did not own this drink. So the long and short of it is the idea, it's about who owns an idea. That's really the American question. We're a nation of ideas. Who owns an idea and who should benefit from an idea? So I'm very, very proud of the fact that they solved the problem. It wasn't necessarily amicable at first, but it became a great solution. The doctors had to publish their research in a sports journal. They had to withdraw their patents. They had many European patents. That's why, for you, those of you who live in Europe, you have to say, Isostar, those are all copies of Gatorade, because they had to publish the results in an academic journal. They also settled the university part by agreeing to give 20% of proceeds to medical research. So the University of Florida still gets 20% of royalties from Gatorade that goes directly into medical research. So there, people ask sometimes, was it a difficult time? And yes, it was. As a family, that was a very, very difficult and scary time to have your father be sued by the federal government. It is kind of scary. But the solution was brilliant, and I like to say we in Florida figured out how to do shared licensing, where the inventor gets a cut, the university gets a cut, and then the public gets a return on their investment to have a product that's actually useful. So there are many other ripple effects from this. From the money that the University of Florida has gotten, they used that to invest in the office of technology licensing as soon as the law changed in 1980. Because remember, before there wasn't a law that allowed this to happen. Gatorade became a national landmark case. And in 1980, bipartisan legislation allowed the creation of offices of technology licensing. Almost every university Research University has one of these. So this is part of the reason why Florida has so many patents. The graduate students went on to form LifeLink Foundation. They left Indianapolis, came to Tampa, and used their area money to found this largest organ donor nonprofit in the Southeast. They have done thousands and thousands of organ transplants. Remember, they were trained in that. And so Gatorade money has actually gone into forming this stage count the sauce. It gets even more exciting. I have even a prize here for anybody that can tell me the connection between the space shuttle and Gatorade. I have a bottle of Gatorade. If anybody can tell me, any guesses? No. All right. So I wouldn't expect anybody to know this, but it's such an exciting story. This inventor named Condon, he was a refugee from Vietnam. He ended up in Gainesville, Florida, and he was working as a plumber. He came up with this concept of heat pipe technology. Heat pipe technology is similar to an air conditioning, but it doesn't use compressed air. So NASA, he found out about this heat pipe technology. And he is now inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame because this solved the problem of humidity in Florida, because it wicks away humidity. It's really a brilliant invention. So what does this have to do with Gatorade? He was a plumber. One of his clients was my dad. He had this concept of heat pipe. And he said, Dr. Cade, would you be willing to try this prototype in your house? And my dad said, sure. What could possibly go wrong? He loved working with inventors. So our house became the first prototype for the heat pipe technology, which is now used by NASA. NASA heard about it. It cut my dad's energy bill, cut the humidity. They approached Condon and they said, we would like to invest in this, but you have to find matching funds of $300,000. Now he's a refugee from Vietnam. He couldn't come up with that. So he came to my dad and he said, Dr. Cade, inventor to inventor, would you be willing to match the $300,000? My dad said, come back tomorrow. We'll talk. So my dad matched it. And the rest is history. So that's another ripple effect of what happens when you have a creative economy developing more money to invest. The one that's closest and nearest to my heart is the Cade Museum for Creativity and Inventions in Gainesville, Florida. Our mission is to inspire the next generation of creative thinkers, future inventors, and innovative entrepreneurs. So it's named after my dad, but it's not about my dad. We train children to think like inventors and entrepreneurs. We give them a chance to meet inventors and entrepreneurs, and finally a chance to meet an inventor and an entrepreneur. So very quickly, I will just add our philosophy is to teach science and creativity through inventions, because inventions are holistic. They have stories, they solve problems, and it's really a great way to approach learning. We have 4 signature programs I want to talk about very briefly. One is our Cade Prize for Innovation. Speaking of ripple effect, we give a $50,000 prize to the best Florida startup. It's an annual prize. We just finished the 7th. Very quickly, some of our past winners. This is the inventor of a toilet septic system, which has now been installed in India, won a Gates Foundation award. Everest is a light filter that can really filter out any wavelength of light. It's used in treating migraines. And finally, this year's winner is Timbermed, which prevents premature delivery by using a blue light sensor on bottles. So all of these are companies that are growing now in Florida as a ripple effect of the invention of Gatorade. Secondly is the Living Inventor series. We actually require that all inventors in the Cade Prize agree to teach a class at the museum. So we teach science through inventions, and we help build the building blocks of science. We bring in the inventor. Right here you see the inventor of a head for MRI, brain MRI, without the shell. So he came in and taught, and you see the child on one side learning about magnetism, one of the principal scientific elements, and then a chance to meet the inventor. Here is a patient simulator. These kids learn how to do an endotracheal intubation, which is something that medical students do, and they nailed it, learning through the inventor. Here's the entrepreneurship program. We teach, again, the fifth side of invention is entrepreneurship. These kids develop their own chalk company. Here at Brain Chalk. where we create our own, the exhibit lab is what I was supposed to say. The exhibit lab, we create our own traveling exhibits based around inventors and inventions, and we teach the science through it. Our first one is the invention pool, which is about air conditioning, compressed air. We can talk about the science behind the invention, which is thermodynamics, compressed air, endothermic reactions. We talk about the history of the invention, who the inventors were, the biographies, what the products were, and then finally the applications in the world. So this is how I come full circle. So I started working with content, and this is the inventor of the heat pipe. He is our subject matter expert. He visited the museum, and he's helping us with this invention of cool exhibit because he is featured in it as well. So he said to me, your dad helped me, and I want to help you reach all of these children. So that is the full circle of an creative innovation economy. The ripple effect continues to go and continues to go and continues to go. So I look forward to all of these kids we're working with one day being inventors and entrepreneurs themselves. So that concludes my presentation. I don't think there's any time for question and answers.
So the importance of intellectual property is vital to the growth of the economy around the world. And one aspect of that is certainly invention, which we can think of as a specialized form of innovation, which has a set of procedures and rules that come into play, including protection of that which is created. Our next panel picks up another element to the creative economy that sometimes is missed in the conversation. And these days it goes by the name of cultural entrepreneurship. So we have three panelists who will give us a lens by which to think about these particular aspects of the economy, the importance of culture itself, and how culture has this very complex relationship between human activity that manifests itself creatively and imaginatively, but also to try to tease out its meaning about how do you actually curate culture, how do you spread cultural ideas, how does culture itself transform over time, and how do we learn about other cultures. So we're going to pick up a variety of these themes within this general framework, recognizing that there is now a movement on at the university level also to think about the teaching of cultural entrepreneurship within formal educational institutions. And the first international conference on the teaching of cultural entrepreneurship was held at the University of Minnesota at Duluth last summer. And we issued with that a volume of essays talking about cultural entrepreneurship in all of its many aspects. And we also issued a manifesto, the Duluth Manifesto on Cultural Entrepreneurship, which I'll return to in a moment. And you can easily find that online as well, to see about how we frame this issue of cultural entrepreneurship. So our first speaker is Trinidad Zaldivar. She is from the Inter-American Development Bank, and she has a perspective on this topic across all of the Americas, actually, and beyond, due to her own studies. And she is one of us because she also is a historian. And those of us that have degrees in history really love and appreciate the study of history, which includes, of course, human cultures. So do that. Thank you.
presentation, but many thanks for this invitation. And for the Inter-American Development Bank, it's not only a pleasure to be here, but it's a great opportunity to share what we do. But as you can see, it's addressing the elephant in the room. Why I am here? Why a multilateral lending institution like the IDB is talking about creativity and culture? People expect us to talk about balance deficit, fiscal policy, infrastructure, bridges, telecommunication, market, and so on. And we do it, and we do it really well. But also, the reason we are so interested in fostering creative economies is because we recognize the immense potential that exists in leveraging creativity and talent for economic development, and for improving lives. And we are not the only ones acknowledging this. So I hope,
according to research from the Inter-American Development Bank, the creative economy globally, we're a country that would already be equal to the fourth largest economy in the world, with the fourth largest workforce and ranked ninth in the value of exports.
well, I imagine nobody could hear that, but I can quote a little bit. But there was John Kerry almost a year ago quoting one of our bestsellers, one of the bestsellers of the bank, that is called The Orange Economy, a book devoted to the creative and cultural industries, not only in the Americas and the Latin America and Caribbean, but all over the world. And what he said at the State Department, so we almost faint when we saw that, was how this economy is, if it is where a country will be the fourth economy in the world. So this is important, and this is why the IDB is putting so much effort in developing the creative and cultural industries in the region. And today the IDB is committed to be part of this conversation, and it is constantly seeking innovative approaches to all and new challenges. Our challenges are the same of the past, most of them, but we have to look for new solutions for these challenges. Within the bank, there are two narratives. These two narratives, one is innovation and entrepreneurship, and the other one is what we call the orange economy. And how, so these two things, the entrepreneurship part and innovation with the orange economy, and we see both things coming together. And thank you so much. Okay. So, but one important thing is, so the next one is that in 2007 we started with this. One of our specialists, Francesco Lanzafane, wrote a study about the potential of these industries, the creative industries. The research identified great potential for growth, and as a result, the IDB started investing in projects that were aligned with that conclusion. Since then, the IDB has supported cultural industries including fashion, design, architecture, audiovisual production, the art and the music industry, with over 300 operations and approximately $1.6 billion invested as loans or non-reversible technical operations. We have decided to take this path because we know the world is changing and we want to be leaders of this change. We are facing new economic paradigms. With the advent of the internet came the knowledge economy, and more recently, the sharing economy. This is a concept that have revolutionized how we understand value production. Just think about companies that people consider the most successful now, because we don't know in the future, but Google, Facebook, Uber, Netflix, those are the ones that come to mind. Their primary products are not anything tangible. Their products are actually manufactures, goods and services with great intangible value. The equivalent of manufacturers. But in this new knowledge economy, is the one that comes from the mind. These are the products where the main input is the mind. It's our creativity. And this, by the way, is an input that exists throughout society and which doesn't discriminate race, gender, or socio-economic status. Imagine the potential of an economy based on a research that is equally available for everybody. And so the question is, how can we capitalize on this resource? How do we foster creativity? How do we foster entrepreneurship and innovation? Back in 2013, the IIT decided to immerse itself not only in the conversation, but also in the practice. In trying to understand these mind factors, we created Demand Solutions, a flagship forum on innovation. Demand Solutions brings together some of the most creative minds in the world to share innovative solutions to global development challenges. Through engaging presentations, participants showcase their ideas and innovative work to inspire leaders and youth in Latin America and the Caribbean. Since then, we've brought together more than 3,000 entrepreneurs, innovators, artists, thinkers, and opinion leaders from all over 30 countries across 4 continents. As part of Demand Solutions, we also host the Venture Night, an event where some of the most innovative and disruptive startups in Latin America and the Caribbean present their work and compete for prizes that will allow them to escalate their business. I will invite you. Our next Demand Solution will be here in Washington, D.C. on October the 4th. I will really invite you to come to the bank and to really experience this fantastic event and have the opportunity to see these people and the great innovators that we bring to the city. And this is one of the things that for us is very important is that there are 107 million young people in Latin America and the Caribbean between the ages of 15 and 24. And that means that some 10 million people are joining the region's workforce every year, looking for opportunities and a better future. And yes, they face many challenges. So what we have to do is to transform those challenges into opportunities. In our publication, The Orange Economy, we introduce the concept of creatopolis. From Greek Crea and polis, city or state. This is our dream of Latin America and the Caribbean network of creative cities. As Richard Florida has stated, these are cities where tolerance, technology, and talent are allowed to mix freely, empowering a creative class fueled by our demographic bonus. So all these people that is there looking for new opportunities, harnessing social, economic, and environmentally sustainable growth, these creatopolis are at the heart of the Orange Economy. These are their key elements. First, they foster a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation in early stages of education and turn cities into hubs where industry leaders, startups, innovators, and artists want to live, work, and play. Second, the focus on public policies aimed at generating an ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship and leverage efforts to protect intellectual property, what we saw with the internet. And finally, they address access to finance for investors that need an updated understanding of creative industries. And last but certainly not less important is to foster a culture of entrepreneurship in early stages of education, as I mentioned before. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are seeing great advances towards favoring the creative economy and the transformation of cities into creatopolis. So this is already started. We can see that in Argentina, for example, in the city of Buenos Aires, we can find a technological district, a fashion district, an audiovisual district, an art district, a design district, bringing together more than 252 businesses. These are areas within the city that have an economic focus on developing selected industries. Just the city of Buenos Aires, 1 of every 10 jobs belongs to a member of this creative class. In Recife, Brazil, Porto Digital evolved from a historic district to a scientific park concentrated on multimedia, animation, audiovisual, and software. And today is considered one of the most successful cases in local economic development in Brazil. Guadalajara's great digital city, another city of our region, is a project where the bank is very much involved. This great city opened its door in 2014, joining a little set of global cities such as Paris, Singapore, and Prague, and it is also capitalizing on the potential of its creative class. Asunción, Paraguay is even more startling example of the idea's commitment to fostering this metropolis. Next year, in 2017, we will hold the annual meeting of the bank in Asunción, but also bring to Asunción our flagship event, Demand Solutions, and the We Exchange event where for women leaderships and entrepreneurs to celebrate not only the innovation of the region, but their own cultural innovation, a culture that has allowed their creative class to literally transform lives. This is Paul. I don't know, is that the next slide probably? No? Here. This is Paul. Paul is a Paraguayan startup that uses 3D printing to create customizable prosthetic at a fraction of the cost. These are all stars in our sky, and we are following them closely, but this is just the beginning. Our mission is to continue developing creative mechanisms to foster innovation and entrepreneurship, especially when it comes to creative industries. So let me close by sharing our vision. Let us imagine not only the potential of the creative economy and that of the creatopolis. Let's imagine a network of cities working together, establishing bridges that allow creative citizens to share information and skills, learning from each other and working for common goals, working to improve the quality of life of their society. And this is not wishful thinking. That is the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's a future that I share with you and with the rest of the world. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
So as you see, the IDB is very, very active and is having a lot of things happen. And remember the invitation. They have been a wonderful host and partnered with us in a variety of activities over the last 2 years. And we love so many things that are percolating up constantly within the bank. And as she said, often when you think of a bank, it never occurs to you that some of these other things are actually going on at an enormous little scale that is really having a large impact. Another player in the creative economy that we don't often think about are these things called embassies. Most of us think about embassies as a place to go if you get in trouble with the law, especially. You've been arrested in some country. You get in touch with your embassy in that place and hope that they can help you. It's also a place where we go to get visas and things like that. But to think that is all what an embassy is about is to really miss the whole point of having embassies around the world. So here in Washington, D.C., once again, through the efforts of the IDB, actually, they reached out to a number of embassies, and we are pleased to have with us today Marcelo Magu from the Uruguayan Embassy, the Embassy of Uruguay here in Washington, D.C. And he actually represents a much larger federal operation of embassies here from Ibero-America. And he's going to share with us a few key points to begin our conversation, and then we're going to explore some of these things a little further. But he's going to talk about the particular role that embassies here in Washington have played in actually engaging in cultural entrepreneurship on behalf of the cultures that their country represents. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, the IDB. Always the IDB for me as a Uruguayan is a great honor to be with them because it's a great inspiration coming from the time that I was a Uruguayan leading the IDB for almost 2 decades. And for me, that was a young. That was an inspiration to the IDB to do the things that Enrique Iglesias did and transform the bank in what it is now. And that's Enrique Iglesias, and that is a connection with culture. Was in love with culture. And he loved culture so much that he founded dozens of projects in Uruguay, but also as he did it, he loved the Kennedy Center. He lived just nearby Kennedy Center. And his auditorium bears his name because of there is an auditorium and there are a lot of cultural activities. And we partner as an embassy and other embassies also introduce our best artists to the IDB to be shared with the community of the bank. But also the embassies, what we do in the, what we call in Spanish, Asia, that is the Association of Ibero-American Embassies that covers most of the embassies countries from Mexico down south and Spain and Portugal, is to get together and organize cultural activities in order to disseminate the culture of our countries and our region. And we normally organize, for example, a film festival because Latin America is very strong in our visuals. You can, I don't know, maybe you have heard that the Latino Prize was just held in Punta del Este, in Uruguay, in a just inaugurated conference center. And that means that usually we have our own Oscars now for our visuals because it's so strong. We work for the whole world now. So that is important enough. I mean, the embassies try to connect people, customers, with our people down in Uruguay or in other countries. Also be a window to bring the press and bring the people that can be interested in those projects to our embassy. The artists come and they can be disseminated in the whole world. Now with the platform we have, like Facebook or whatever, we can be able to bring an artist to Washington and then be able to be shown around the world. And the ICI do that, organize a film festival normally in May, and also organize now in October an Ibero-American party showing the best of the food, the artists, and the traditions of Latin America there. But we also partner with different organizations in order to get some, as many countries as we are, to try to be stronger in that way, to help our creators down there in Latin America. So I conclude with this part, and yes, please. So again, someone before I'm George Sugaros, I'm the director of the Wisconsin Arts Board, which is a state government agency. And so while we have been around the world, I'm going to bring it home. And I'm going to bring it home to a couple of small communities and talk about a couple of cultural entrepreneurial projects. The first one, through the send you links to these two organizations. The first one's called the Potter Shed, and it is in Shell Lake, Wisconsin. And if we use our hands like we always do to show Wisconsin, that would be somewhere around here. Population 1,300. Well, it turns out that this artist wanted to have a studio to do his ceramics and other art, and so he established this place in Shell Lake, Wisconsin, to do his work. Well, that would be much of a story. I mean, artists do that all over the world, and they do it very successfully. Well, what he found was he was selling his art. And then his friends said, well, could you sell my art too? So now we're expanding. It's now become not just a studio, but it's a gallery. And then when people came to Shell Lake and they realized that there wasn't a lot that they could do there, but they wanted to come there and hang around the gallery for a little longer, they established a coffee shop and a restaurant. And then the next thing you know, they started having concerts there. And all of that's really very interesting, except that it's not just locked into this little town of 1,300 people. They are selling their ceramic wares to catalogs all throughout the world. And this little place called Potter Shed in Shell Lake, Wisconsin, uses the same inventory system as Toyota to keep track of the work that they're selling all around the world. So it was an artist who started this very thing in a very small place, but now it has a global footprint. So that's the first one I want to talk about. The second one I want to talk about is a thing called the Worm Farm Institute. Anybody ever hear of the Worm Farm Institute? Once you hear it, you never forget because it's such a great name. So the Worm Farm Institute, we're looking at a map of Wisconsin again, it's probably here, about 45 minutes outside of Madison. And these two artists came up from Chicago. They decided they wanted to get out of the city, and they wanted to live on a farm. And they started what they call those community-supported agriculture. So people would buy shares in their farm, many of them in Chicago, their friends in Chicago, and they would ship that produce back to Chicago and other places. Well, okay, that's interesting. Artists become agricultural people. And as I said, when I do this thing in Twitter, what I also do for you is I'm going to tell you here now about the term they coined in this space, which is called culture sheds. According to the Worm Farm Institute, is a geographic region irrigated by streams of local talent and fed by deep pools of human and natural history. Number two, definition, an area nourished by what is cultivated locally. And number three, the efforts of writers, performers, visual artists, scholars, farmers, and chefs who contribute to a vital and diverse local culture. So they were trying, as they were, to put culture back in agriculture, or as they would say, making us all remember that culture is part of agriculture. So this is a lovely project, right? So far, so good. But then what they decided was they loved their place, and they wanted to make their place. So they did a thing that they called the Fermentation Festival and the Farm Art Detour. Now, this you might have heard of if you're following Art Place America or the NEA's Our Town grants, because they've been very successful in getting money for this. The detour is a 50-mile bike or riding tour throughout this rural, beautiful rural area of Wisconsin, where people stop on farms, see signs that explain how the food is grown, etc., and large art installations. So that visual art, great. Then the musicians said, well, what about us? And so now they're doing concerts in the pasture, right? So people are not only seeing this, but they're seeing this. And what you're finding through all of this is that people from the urban centers are coming out to travel around, whether they're biking the route or driving it. And the tourism impact has been very significant. But again, started by two artists, two cultural entrepreneurs. And the last piece of the Worm Farm Institute, and then I'll stop, is that they developed what they call roadside culture stands. So you know we're going through urban America, rural America, excuse me, and you're coming upon these side of the road stands where they're selling strawberries, or they're selling beef, or they're selling watermelons, or whatever they're selling, right? Well, what the Learning Farm Institute decided was to create art, so the stands are actually works of art. And again, you'll see this on their website. But they have 3 or 4 of these now that have been designed by artists, and they not only sell agriculture, so they're not only selling vegetables and other produce and other handmade foodstuffs, but they're also selling art. And the extension of that, which has been really cool, is that some of those roadside culture stands have gone to Milwaukee and brought fresh produce into neighborhoods where it wasn't before. So the cultural entrepreneurs have solved a number of problems and brought great joy to a lot of people in our area. So I think those are 2 examples of cultural entrepreneurship. So what these are the foundation. I mean, one of the nagging questions always around things is the problem of definition, right? And people have spent a lot of time, devoted a lot of paper to talking about what is creativity, what is innovation, what is invention, what is imagination, what is culture. So in what ways do you think about culture, particularly in terms of your work? When it comes to your work and it comes to what role does culture sort of play in that, how do you think about where those boundaries are? Someone once said, when you build a fence, be careful where you put the fence posts, because wherever you put the fence posts, that means you'll always fence out more than you fence in. So make sure you know that you're going to put those fence posts where you want them to be. So how do you go about figuring out, when you talk about culture versus when you're talking about other things, where these sort of boundaries are?
Tough questions. I don't know if some of you would like to start.
As far as we're concerned, we have very wide borders, right? So as an arts council, you would think we might only talk about symphonies, operas, ballets, etc. And the answer is that's way too limiting a definition of what we mean when we talk about culture. For us, it's about cultures and the many cultures that make up Wisconsin. So Native American tribes and bands, the latest immigrant groups to the state, and all the different ones. And I come at it from a very specific point of view because this weekend when I go home, we will have our Greek Fest. So we manifest our culture through dance, through food, through all of these other things. So in that respect, many things make up culture. For us, about the boundaries are very wide.
Well, I will talk with the perspective of development bank and what happened at the bank, because many times when you talk about culture with economists, for them it's nice to have. So if we have the resources, then it could be a nice thing to do, very beautiful. So I hate when they say beautiful. So yes, because when we think, and what the bank is realizing after the studies, but also after what is happening in the region, is that culture is an important driver for economy, but also a driver that speaks a lot of many things in an economy that needs to be to differentiate with others. So it is very it's a very interesting sign that in the period of the globalization, culture and identity has become like the main source for this economy. It's the only thing that will give us the difference between other economies and will give us the possibility to expand our economy. So right now, I guess we can talk at the bank with much more confidence about culture because it's look at this. But also, there is another side of the coin. Many times, cultural people, they don't see themselves as key actors of the economy. They don't see themselves as entrepreneurs. So this is another work that for us is important. So how to really put these two sides to talk, to start this dialogue, and for artists and people in the culture to see themselves as important drivers of the economy.
Okay, culture for someone outside the cultural share of the embassy. And always one thing that is very important is that for us, she said, culture and also education is not taken like something so important, but actually is the most important thing. Because when you feel that you want to meet people, that you cannot reach through other means, you resort to culture. And culture sometimes is the thing that makes you feel more connected to the other person. Sometimes you can see that, in a way, how you connect your African, Hawaiian communities with others in the around the world. That is something that is happening also, but in any aspect, when you find the connections with, if you travel, and you know other cultures, it's not globalization in a way, it's like you can understand other people, but also connect with other persons through this. Because your ideas, maybe your religious ideas are different, your language is different, but the emotion that you can transmit through culture is the same. So, I remember that I was participating in Korea in an expo, Yesu. It was 2012, and I was working in Korea, helping to open the embassy there. And I went to the drum festival, the World Drum Festival. And once they told me, okay, how about the pavilion? Okay, so I said, okay, this is the best way to translate the Koreans through the lighthouses, because the Korean like fishing, and the lighthouses are there are a lot of softwares about lighthouses, so they choose that. And then they come, okay, what about the culture part? What do we offer? So bring the drums, because they like the drums. So it was incredible because I heard the drums of Korea have the same sound like the drums of Uruguay. So at the expo, they choose like 14 different countries for different drums and different, what we call the arts of the percussion arts. And if you see the closing ceremony, they are the Koreans drums and the Uruguayan drums together. And that is maybe a minute in television. But this is something that connects you a lot with the people of Korea and with your brothers, and when you get with your big families and that, whatever. So for us, the culture is the way for the whole economy. Not only the great economy of our artists, our film, how we make commercials, but also for the rest. Because they say something about our country, they say something about us. So then, through that, they will be interested in learning our language, can be one, but they can be interested about everything, our products, our services, and also that connection later make a better world for everything. As you know people, and you connect people, and in our country we are very small, so all of us, we know each other. So that is very important. That's how everything is done through introductions. If we create a world in which everything is through introduction and friends, maybe many things wouldn't happen. So one of the aspects of this is that somebody has to sort of curate some of these things to help people find out about these sorts of places, right? And within your own organization, how do you really think about cataloging, keeping track of, maintaining some connectivity to all these various sources that are themselves constantly changing, and having a bank that deals with a huge region, geographic region, quite diverse, versus a single country, versus a single state that also is part of a network of states in a particular area that is often working together around various things.
basic things are you talking about? Okay, well, but in a way, for the bank, we have an important advantage. That is that for the countries, they see us as a neutral place to gather and to share. So this is one of the things that the potential that the bank has, and also what the bank does is to be a connector. So they do it through us, and we connect with different initiatives and also best practices right now that we're working very thoroughly in the idea of creative cities. This is what we're doing. So we think it's an important work to do, and how we connect Buenos Aires with Medellin, what is happening there, and with other cities, and cities that would like to become a creative city, so this kind of thing. So the bank is the common ground where these can talk, these initiatives, they can gather, they can share information and practices, etc. So it depends on what the bank is doing, but also we receive a lot of proposals from the region. But right now, we are putting a lot of efforts in the creative industries and in innovation and entrepreneurship. There is a whole world of people that works not with the governments, because the governments are our clients, not the civil society, etc. But they see us as the safe place where they can speak to each other, exchange information, and work together.
So at the embassy, what we try to do is to provide a fair place where everyone from my country can access to the embassy, communicate with us, and ask for support. And also, we can communicate them with the whole network that we have all over the world. If they want to go for a further, the project is worldwide attractive. And what we do in Uruguay also, and that is a good thing of being here in front of the airport, is that all our parks and free trade zones is where most of our architects, many also software. We are one of the most important exports of Uruguay software. And also we have a science park. We have even our model of free trade zone is exported to other countries like Colombia, for example. We also see the importance of infrastructure, the importance of connectivity, the importance of giving the chance to anyone in the country have access to technology. In Uruguay we have the One Laptop per Child project that was very successful. And also I tell you an anecdote, for example, this year we have the Uruguayan Food Day at the DC public schools. So the idea is, okay, what about the dishes or recipes? So I contact the people in the rural area of Uruguay who have no electricity from solar power, but they have these connections to the internet. So they say, no, we produce ourselves because we are isolated here. We have food security here, it's very important. So they produce, they send the recipes with some nutrition help from the university to the school, and the school made it. So the children in this public school have the recipes from those children with their teachers. And later they connected to the computer, they saw each other. And then they made videos, okay, this is our life in the countryside, and this is my life here in Washington. So then, you see, there are many programs now, and there is a group of students visiting Uruguay. And maybe I hope, maybe another year they can visit this rural school, or also these children in the rural areas can find the motivation to study hard and come to the US. So this is technology gives you a really advantage to don't let the talent lose the talent. And every child counts. So we have to be how important is education and motivation especially. So the embassy needs to be a fair place and also people who work hard to reach everyone. And that is what we do.
So in the United States we have the system, and the system goes National Endowment of the Arts, the regional arts organizations like Arts Midwest, the state arts agencies, 56 of them, we count them, and then the local arts agencies throughout the United States. Earlier today we were talking about does the government have a role to play in making selections. I don't know that the government has a role to play in making selections of entrepreneurs and their best work. But when we talked about the Word Farm before, one of the reasons they're as successful as they are is that the Arts Board provided technical assistance to them to build their capacity to the point where they could make applications to the NEA and to other places. So capacity building organizations is a key role of the government in that space. And then to your point, how do you promote these things? Through things like Portable Wisconsin, through our Department of Tourism, which is we're a part of these days. We develop, they market. If we don't develop this cultural activity, there isn't anything to market. And then, as you say, groups like Arts Midwest, throughout the 9-state region, our agencies connect together and then send artists from the region around the world and accept artists from around the world as well. So exchanges with China, exchanges with Chile, exchanges with the Mid-East, so Israel and Egypt. All of those things happen because there's a consortium of groups called Arts Midwest that can reach out and do that activity. So there are multiple models that we're connected with, and of course not the least of which is the National Creativity Network, where we can talk about not only cultural entrepreneurship, but creativity in all its forms.
I want to come back to something, Marcella, you mentioned about every child matters. And instantly when you said that, I was thinking every culture matters, every language matters. And that took me back in my mind to the 2010 World Creativity Forum, which was held in Oklahoma City. And George and I flew both there. And we remember very, very well the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony were done by a confederation of all of the native tribes of the state of Oklahoma, which has the largest concentration of indigenous tribes in the United States. Well, what was most fascinating about it was that in order to do it, the tribes started a conversation with one another almost a year in advance about what they should do, because each tribe has its own ceremonies, its own language, its own thought patterns, even in some senses. They also have their own governance structures. So you have tribes of elders in some of the tribes that are, I would say, certainly in line with the history of that tribe. And then you have some other tribes where their culture has changed over time. And they have different models of governance. So they got into these intense discussions about trying to figure out what are they going to do for this opening ceremony, their closing ceremony. They went through a year-long negotiation about every piece of music, every part of the dancing, every artifact that was going to be on the stage, the coordination of all of these various traditions and backgrounds and culture and languages. There was an intense debate about whether they should just use both native instruments or they should also bring together an orchestra of children with Western musical instruments from across the tribes. They put on an unbelievable ceremony, which you can find on YouTube. If you go to the 2010 Creativity World Forum, the opening ceremony and closing ceremony was filmed. Many people were at this conference, and there were well over several thousand people there, said that this was the most amazing event they've ever experienced in their whole life. This laying together of what was really a very extensive negotiation process. So as you think about your responsibilities and where you sit in all these conversations about culture, you have many different cultures in play in your areas. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on in regards to engaging communities that often get overlooked in these conversations, whether it's called our culture, whether it's their culture, or if it's sometimes even their art. You know, how do you deal with the fact that some of these things are quite different from one another, and how do you ensure that you're really capitalizing on all of their cultural capital rather than just particular aspects? You know, because sometimes if we think of certain groups, we instantly in our mind connect that with a particular thing, when in fact that's only a tiny little slice of their culture. So how do you think about that in your role in terms of how you deal with people that often are not at the table, people that often don't get considered, and how do you actually juggle that responsibility with the fact that you have many competing interests at any given point in time, and you're always in an arena of finite resources?
So in our world, we deal with folk arts, the folk and traditional arts. And so we have a great cadre of folk arts workers who do exactly as you described. They go out into the state to learn about things. So when the Bosnians were the newest immigrant group, our folk arts workers went out and learned about their embroidery and their fabric work. When the Hmong came to central Wisconsin and southeastern Wisconsin, southwestern Wisconsin, the same thing. Going out and learning the cultures, and then bringing those cultures into view for lack of better terminology, the majority culture. So lifting them up and into view. So, yeah, no kidding. So in that respect, going out and to your point, learning about the different cultures. The best way that we showcased this was when our state celebrated its sesquicentennial in 1998. We brought a folk life festival to the Smithsonian as part of the Smithsonian Folk Life Festival. And you know you're doing good work when people look at you and they say, I didn't know that there were Jewish people in Wisconsin. I didn't know there were black people in Wisconsin. All they knew was there were Green Bay Packers, there were Ross, and there was beer, and that was pretty much it. She, well, of course, she heard and she said yes as well. But the point of it all is that in lifting everybody's culture up and bringing it somewhere else, the full richness of Wisconsin can be known. Because frankly, we are those things that everybody knows, and then there's so much more. So, in our case, for example, what I have seen from my life is that normally people have one thing that they like, because it's one experience of life, but they ignore the other things. And for once, I don't know what happened, that sometimes they only like some, but they don't like the other things. They lose the chance to be the idea in which by all the different culture and manifestation that represent different people. So the best way is that we, as the embassy, we try to attract all of them that are famous, and also the ones who are not famous. The ones that we know that we ask people about certain things that we think that are interesting. So we give everyone and each of them an opportunity. And it's incredible how people can, the city and the countryside sometimes are two different worlds. But actually, and sometimes the city is influenced by other cities in the world, but not by their own countryside. So that affects the national unity of a population of a country. Because people live some nearby and they don't
even don't know each other, but don't have anything in a way to share. So we have to be, for example, in the schools and everything, show more about the different options, so that actually the people can look for more of those other manifestations of culture. And sometimes take them to something. Take the children to the countryside, take the countryside children to the city. Different, I mean, the rich people, the poor people, what the poor people do like, and why, what the rich people don't like. So, if the society is stratified, that some people, the rich people can play tennis and golf, and the poor people can play other things, then you make a scramble in the society, you start to feel apart, and there are more tensions. So you have to have the chance to give everyone a fair share so they can have the opportunity. And sometimes it is public school. I've been surprised that sometimes it's very, in many neighborhoods they have tennis and golf. They learn that. Sometimes it's a place that I have seen that is not the best place of town. But I'm very happy about that, because in other countries that is something that is against the community in a place that sport is practiced. So that cannot be difficult or creates then problems of security and problems that later we regret. So that is something that started at a very early age.
Trinidad will respond, and I'll be out here in the audience to get the question from someone.
Okay, now, in terms of culture, different cultures, for the Black is also overwhelming. You know that Latin America and the Caribbean is such a rich region in terms of different languages and people. So the bank works in different capacities with this diversity through the different loans, but we work hands and crafts, but also gender and different aspects of the society. So we do have a lot of work there. From our part, we're working on the creative industry. Some of the things that are important right now is, for example, now the fashion industry. What happened with the identity and the heritage capital of the different cultures? So many designers are using their own culture of these people without there's no copyrights or for their heritage. So these are the things that we are putting in the agenda. We are working on this, and but the bank has an enormous way, different ways of working with our indigenous people, diversity, etc. But we see, for example, for these different solutions that we will have, some of the innovations that we're bringing to DC is how technology and the different languages, how to share our culture in the different countries through the indigenous languages. So this is culture is not only for the Western culture, so this is for everybody. So these are the things that we are working and we think are important. It's many times when we talk about culture, we think it's something that is homogeneous, but the access to this culture also must address these differences. And so this is what we try to address and to see in our work. Thank you. I have a question that I like to ask. So since culture is something that does, take a long time to actually validate that something is happening and working, I'm curious on your side, because all three of you come from a very different angle of building culture, both through the community and within the organization, and then impacting in society the different groups and bringing them together. And I think you guys have done a great job. So I'm curious kind of on the operation and within the grounds that you three of you come to. I'm curious, for instance, like what are some values or fundamental aspects that you decide that you can measure positive impact, and you decide that, let's say this program, I think was a good success, let's decide do this next year versus like, I think this one we need to reshift. Like, I'm curious how within your organization you're able to validate and make decisions. And second, I'm curious at the very beginning stage, how do you decide what could be the right program for the community? Because I think sometimes, like all the initiatives that you're doing, it's completely new for some of the neighborhoods and communities, and you're bringing something of a new value, which is exciting. But I'm curious on the operations side, like what are some decisions you'll have to make to ensure that that's the right idea? And I'll be curious to hear if you could share some perspectives. Thank you. Well, I will talk through an example where what we do is, what we're doing right now is to look at the bank, what the bank is doing in different countries or different initiatives in which we try to reinforce what they're doing. For example, the bank is investing in the Caribbean, in broadband, and trying to start these creative industries. And one of the things that we saw was an interesting movement on animation. And even though probably is not yet there, we want to invest in this and to put in the imagination of the people that the Caribbean has a great potential for animation. So we put together an exhibit. First time we did something like that. And we brought it to DC. The success has been enormous. So people think of the Caribbean palms and night art, etc. So that was a combination between technology, art, deep history, and traditions, but at the same time, in a 2.0 version. This has been the most successful exhibit that we had till now. It's traveling now to 4 or 5 countries because we showed what the future looks like. So it's already started, but we were investing in the future. So this is why we are investing also in the cultural agents, the new cultural agents. There are always young people, but many of them, but we don't discriminate on that. But the idea is how, as a development bank, we invest in these new trends that they also are built over tradition, technology, entrepreneurship, many things. And this is the message, and this is why we invest in this kind of ideas, and we look for these opportunities to showcase the potential of our work. What would happen if we invest seriously on this? It would be a change, complete change for societies.
Thank our panelists for their insights today. Unfortunately, we have no time for any more questions, but thank you very much for your contributions. And I'm going to invite the final panelists to join us on our panel, which will take up, I think, a quite fascinating conversation for you. Maybe the fortune. So Trinidad reminded us of this wonderful Orange Economy report, which has been mentioned once more today. If you have not downloaded it, it is a free download from the Inter-American Development Bank site. It's in 2 versions. What I love about it is it first came out as la economía naranja. So the Spanish version preceded the English version by well over 6 months. And that to me is an important indicator about the fact that many people are on this agenda about the creative economy and the power of the creative economy. And then you can also download the English version, The Orange Economy. It's a lovely book, I think particularly I found to use with people who are either antagonistic or totally unfamiliar with the orange economy, because it's called the orange economy. And if you start reading through it, it's filled with comparative statistics. One of which was quoted by Secretary Kerry, that if the creative economy worldwide was a country, it would have an economy the size of Denmark, the 40th highest economic generator in the world as a nation. And that just reminds us of the importance of the topics that we're taking up. In our final attempt to further complexify your life, we thought it would be good to talk about the future of learning in regards to the creative economy. And there is an incredible resource right here in the nation's capital of an NSF-funded Center for Visual Language and Visual Learning. You may ask what that is. Well, we're here to find out from two delightful guests from Gallaudet University, and they will describe to you some of the work that they are undertaking. I think it's really quite incredible, and I'm so pleased actually to be revisiting an NSF-funded center, because I was on one of the first review panels 10 years ago that actually selected some of the first NSF-funded centers in that program. Sadly, that program is ending, but I believe much of the work will continue on under other forms and other guises, and even other NSF-funding programs. But we're delighted to have with us today two real wonderful contributors to this, Lorna Kwan and also our colleague Melissa Mouse-Bloom. And they will describe for us some of the work they're doing. They're going to showcase some really intriguing products that to me are at this wonderful intersection of creativity, imagination, visual language, visual learning, and the economy too, thrown in for extra good measure. So I think we're going to have a fascinating discussion, and we're also going to be complementing that with a wonderful discussion that Michael's going to contribute. He's the director of the Creative Lab of Hawaii. It's a tough job, but someone had to do it. And he is also the CEO of Palmieri Media Group, which is based in Los Angeles. So he gets to live in Los Angeles and Honolulu, and I suppose go back and forth when you want, more or less. So we're going to engage in this conversation with a real focus on its implications, particularly for learning and helping people contribute to the creative economy going forward. So we begin with an orientation from Lorna about the work that their center is undertaking at Gallaudet University in partnership with many other institutions.
Okay. Thank you so much for having us here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the work we're doing, and then you'll see more details about it from my colleague Melissa. So if you haven't heard of it, Gallaudet University is located here in Washington, D.C., and it is a university that is dedicated to deaf and hard of hearing students, education, and research. So our center, the Visual Language and Visual Learning Center, was founded 10 years ago, and it is one of 6 centers in the country founded by the National Science Foundation in order to make fundamentally new discoveries about the science of learning. So how do we as people learn most effectively? What's happening in the brain when we learn? What can we scientifically learn about learning throughout development? Now, since we're at Gallaudet University with this distinctive population, we have a special mission. And there we use our unique window into the human brain to make discoveries about learning that would be impossible to find at any other place. So I'll show you briefly who we are. So we're a large center based in DC, but collaborating with other universities across the country. We are, as I said, a joint venture between the National Science Foundation and Gallaudet University. And we have 4 main hubs. The one hub that Melissa and I both come from is the Motion Light Lab, which is sort of the creative hub. And another 3 main hubs are tasked with producing the new science and translating it into the community. And over here, if you look on the right-hand side of our little diagram, you'll see we also have a PhD in Educational Neuroscience program, which I'll explain later is another way that we're trying to sort of break out of a usual scientific model and actually create new ways of learning. Okay, so who are the people in VL2? VL2 is what we call the center. So we are scientists, we're students, teachers, innovators, technicians, and even artists. And we use many different methods to achieve our goal. We use neuroimaging, eye tracking, even robotics, motion capture, and animated avatars. And we use all of these tools to sort of work towards one of our main goals, which is to answer this question: what does a child's brain need to achieve its maximum potential? You might occasionally hear about research that gets sort of more media attention, national media attention, that explains that early language exposure is critical for a child to develop reading skills, and that these reading skills have impacts throughout a child's life. So, sure, that science is good, it's very helpful, it's very important, and in this sort of traditional view of language, language is viewed as closely intertwined to hearing and speaking. Now, since we're at Gallaudet, as I mentioned before, we work with deaf and hard of hearing students and educators. And because we have this unique window, we can look into sort of a new way of looking at how the brain has the capacity to adapt to different perceptual situations and experiences. So all the research that sort of considers that language is closely linked to hearing and speaking is coming from a perspective of looking at a hearing population. But because we're doing science in this other population, we can make these revolutionary new discoveries. And in fact, we have found through many, many research studies that actually language is not necessarily linked to hearing and speaking, but rather language is a biological impulse of the human brain. And we found evidence to suggest this across neuroscience and educational, psychological research. And again, this is research that really only can be done at a place like Gallaudet. So we've been able to show that there's these amazing new findings. The brain of the deaf child thrives with early exposure to sign language, that a young deaf child growing up is taking in all the information about their world through one modality primarily, the modality of vision. And so, of course, this changes their perceptual experience and their learning experience drastically. So these new findings that we've made in the center require changes in how we teach and raise deaf children in this country. And that has really big policy implications for parents and educators and policymakers and in healthcare field. This is really important stuff that we need to sort of share with the world. But as you might know, in the world of science and academia, that's kind of hard to do. Break out of the usual mold of producing your science and hoping that someone out there might read your scientific papers that you're publishing. So we had to get creative and try and make connections with the people who really will benefit from the science that we're producing. We want to make connections with the teachers, the educators, family members, and policymakers who can actually implement our findings, use them in the community, and make change with what we found. So here are a few examples of how we're trying to break free of the traditional academic mold to make these connections. So we're trying to combine the creativity and technology with our scientific discoveries about how the brain learns. So, of course, we still participate in our scientific bread and butter of publishing peer-reviewed journal articles that are, vetted through the scientific community and that are making an impact within science and academia. So, in fact, in the past 10 years, VL2 has published more than 130 peer-reviewed journal articles. We go to conferences and present at symposia, of course. But that's a lot of research to expect people to digest and understand. So we try and do other things to actually reach out and connect with people who need this information. For instance, I have here an image of one of our research briefs. So these research briefs are made available for free on our website, and research briefs sort of summarize the important research findings that are coming out of our center and makes the information accessible to the people who need it. Again, the teachers, educators, and healthcare practitioners. So, unlike a lot of science, you can go on our website and find these research briefs and actually understand the real hard educational, psychological, and neuroscience research, but in a way that's more accessible. So we've sort of kept putting these out every time we have a new topic of research we want to communicate. We're communicating it directly to the public. Another thing we've been doing is this SignWise you see up on the upper right. That's a review board. So many products are released into the market aimed towards teaching young deaf children sign language or giving them different sort of experiences with sign language, DVDs or books. But as of, or until recently, there was really no oversight on the quality of those products. So one of our colleagues, Melissa Herzig, initiated this SignWise review board where experts in sign language and sign language learning would review products that are in the marketplace and give them a stamp of approval if they sort of were of a high enough quality to earn such an approval. And this is an example of us using the findings that we've gotten and the expertise that we've developed in how people can best learn sign language, particularly how children can best learn sign language, and using that expertise we have to impact the actual families and children who would most benefit from it. And finally, you'll see here an example of the research that's happening in our new PhD program in educational neuroscience. And this program was founded a few years ago. We're about to graduate our first class of students. And this program trains both deaf and hearing students in educational neuroscience research and basically prepares the next generation of researchers, scientists, and scholars to continue bringing this research not only outside of our university, but to other universities and to make connections to other sorts of industries. So we're trying to make sure that this is a sustainable and sort of long-lasting change in the field. We have a few other really exciting ways that we've gotten creative and innovative about using our science to impact the field. And I think Melissa is going to go into a lot more detail about those. So hopefully I've given you a background about why this stuff matters. That's it. Thank you, Lorna. So I'm just going to stand here. I don't think I need a podium. I'm happy to be here, and then Lorna, thank you for the introduction to the center. She is she's the scientific director, and I have the fun job, no offense, because I'm the creative director. So I'm going to talk about the motivation behind why we do what we do. Our target audience is deaf children. And I should start this by saying that 90% of deaf children are born to hearing family members. They have hearing parents, and that's a large number. And they have a very interesting journey with that experience. They come into a new culture and a new language, and everything is new for them. And oftentimes parents feel overwhelmed. The longer the delay for the child, the more serious of the impact. So it's very important to have early exposure to language for these deaf children. And certainly these deaf children are unique because they are not getting instant access to language. I myself am a little bit unique because my parents are deaf, as are my grandparents and siblings. So I am one of that 10% that got instant access to language. So but what do we do with the 90%? How do we reach out to these families? And how do we utilize technology in creative ways in order to do that? And this is especially important because children want to be engaged. They want to read, and they want to get engaged in their reading experience. And that's what we are doing here. We are tying that journey with science. So with the Motion Light Lab, we do creative literature. And the reason why we are focusing on creative literature is because American Sign Language, much like many other languages, is very rich in culture and history. Storytelling shares that history, but with a visual language, it's hard to document those stories, those experiences, and that's what we're trying to do with Motion Light Lab. And we're trying to do that through various platforms, because essentially what we're trying to do is to archive these important stories, and so we're tying together the creative experience and the literature. So this is my team, and our team is always in flux because we invite interns and many other people. We call ourselves Imagineers because we are imagination people and we are engineers. We take risks. We try new things. We go against the grain. We are very flexible in our approach, and we work with outstanding people from various walks of life. This is our groundbreaking revolutionary tool. This is a storybook app that's given to children in a bilingual form using an iPad, so they're able to use touchscreen technology. And all of a sudden, a light bulb goes off. You can see the connection between showing natural language and giving access to stories through natural language alongside a video. And then in addition to that, we have a text that shows up on the screen. So we are tying all of that together in one touch screen to provide that reading experience for deaf children. So the deaf child is able to navigate through multiple languages using the Storybook app, just like we as deaf people do so in our day-to-day life. So I just want to show you a quick video of what this looks like. So we have hired talented deaf storytellers along with deaf artists to help us to create these apps. They're engaging, they're beautiful, and we have used VL2 founded research into the design of these apps. So you can see they're able to select on the story version, so they can see the big picture. What does the story look like? And get engaged to the storyline, the characters, and the setting. That will then tie them into the vocabulary section where they can learn the vocabulary that shows up in the story. It's all about mapping vocabulary and growing connections and comprehension between me and what we're seeing in the story. So we started with 1 in 2013, and then all of a sudden 2, 3, 4, 5, soon to be 6 stories later, we now have 2 more to come. We have come to a place where, and I should say that we are a very small team. That's the one thing about creative people. We work in really small teams. And funding is often very small, just as small as our teams are. But we make the most of what we're working with, but we can't stop. We don't stop. And we don't stop at Gallaudet. We don't stop at DC, because the world needs what we're doing. And like I said, 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents, not just in the United States, but all over the world. So internationally, these children need this app. So that brings me to the next tool, which is the VL2 Storybook Creator. And I'd like to show you a little bit about what that looks like. So several countries have reached out to us asking for the same thing that we created here. So we created a template, essentially. It's quite fun, and you'll be able to see different sign languages in creation for these various apps. So the first one you see on the left is American Sign Language, in the middle is Norwegian Sign Language, and at the end is Japanese Sign Language. All of them are sharing the same story. Perhaps people don't realize this. They typically think that sign language is universal, but that's not the case. Every country has their own sign language. So when you think about it, the signing community adds to diversity, adds to different ways of viewing the world, and it's incredibly powerful. So I was in the audience earlier and listening to other panelists talk about culture. And really, in essence, we're talking about human diversity and tying that to creativity. And that's not something that you can separate. You cannot separate the human from the creative aspect of who we are. We bring so much culture and innovation and diversity and language all into what we do. So then, this brings me to the VL2 Storybook Creator. This is available now. Many schools are using it and downloading it and creating storybooks in their own various languages. We initially designed this for sign languages, but it can also be used for spoken languages. The template is flexible enough that you can do that. The money is nominal, but that little bit of funding does keep us going. We work with several different schools, and we now are working with a new team in Russia. And they are working on the Russian version of the app. And we've been working with a Russian artist, and it's just been incredibly fun to go on this journey. So with these apps, we are focusing to children between the ages of 3 and 8 years old. And so these are our emerging readers that we're focusing on. But then the question came to us, what do we do with these newborns, these babies, these toddlers? Because children as young as 6 months old are ready to learn and ready to absorb the world. And so what do we do for these deaf children? What do we do for these infants and toddlers? So this is just a short video that I'd like to show, and it always tugs at my heartstrings, because when Lucy was 8 months old, this is actually a friend of mine's baby. She is deaf. And my friend, Lucy's mother, said, well, I'm a little concerned about how I can expose my child to different parts of the world and language exposure, because a hearing child has audio-based instant learning. But for a deaf child, they need visual when the materials are available, is what my friend asked me. And so what my friend did was make these makeshift resources. They used an iPad and used one of our storybook apps. This is a little airplane that that's this particular story. And as you can see, Lucy is so engaged in the story. And you can see her kind of battling with her hands right there. She's excited. She's reacting to the silence that she sees on the screen. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about. We want to... That's the reason why we then started working on motion capture. That's the reason why we started to create these signing avatars. We are looking at the rhythmic patterns that are found in our natural language. So currently we have received new funding, and NSF it's a 10-year program supporting us, and we are very fortunate that they love us so much because they gave us a little bit of funding for our 11th year. We are pretty much in a new growth phase with new money, new kinds of collaboration, and we are looking for various ways to do this, be it with international organizations or businesses or any other types of partnerships to work with Alabama University to then help disseminate what we're doing here, because there is such a large need. So with this project, we're looking at emotion capture specifically with the rhythmic patterns of sign language, and then with this rhythmic pattern, how does that trigger certain parts of the child's brain? So the interesting thing about motion capture and avatar technology is that it is tough, and it is complicated. Hollywood makes these beautiful movies doing this, but with signing, we haven't reached that level yet. What we're doing at Gallaudet is really pushing the envelope. We are advancing that design. Because with sign language, you also have to look at facial cues and the use of your eyebrows and cheeks and mouths, because that's also part of the grammatical features of sign language. Current avatars look robotic, and that's not how we learn and acquire language. So we need to up the ante of our avatars. We need to make sure that we are providing actual language input to these young babies. But who's actually going to benefit? It's going to be children of all ages. And people who are working in these avatar fields are also going to benefit from this research. So this one is one of our earlier works. We partnered with a studio in Paris, and we did this avatar. I want to show you what the potential is behind what we're doing. We actually recruited a very famous storyteller to do this nursery rhyme. And for those of you who don't understand sign language, it's really important for you to watch the rhythm of his signs as well as grammatical features on his face. So he's talking about his ring animals, and each of these ring animals has feet and do various other things to it. I'm going to go ahead and show you. Every day, that animal barks, barks, barks. Every day, my cat stares and stares and stares. Every day, my bird sings and sings and sings. Every day, all three of them beg and beg and beg. For what? For food. So this is just an excerpt. Everything that you see here is available on YouTube and our website, so if you're interested in learning more, it's there, it's available. But this is the concept of what we're doing. So it's about a 1 minute, 30-second long nursery rhyme. So we showed it to the deaf community, and people said, I don't know who this person is. People could actually sense who our sign model was. They could see there's something about language, the fluency of language that we're trying to capture that allows people to see beyond the avatar. So in order to do that, we have to be risk takers, we have to be bold, and we have to have scientific research backing our projects. So this is me behind those dots. And this was a lot of fun. What I said here was, it all starts at Gallaudet University. That's just my nod to Gallaudet. They have been such a huge support system. And this is the information that we have here on the screen. And I'm happy to talk more about it. And I just want to thank you all for letting me be here.
Aloha. My name is Mike Palmieri, and I'm the Executive Director of Creative Lab Hawaii. I'm grateful to be here, and I'd like to acknowledge Georgia Skinner for having invited me and founding Creative Lab Hawaii, and to Dennis for putting this together. It's been an amazing 2 days, so thank you. So what I'm here to do is I'm going to talk to you a little bit about designing programs for creative entrepreneurs. I'm going to start by giving you a little bit of background of myself, creating a little context, and then I'll dive into how we design these programs and execute these programs for our creative entrepreneurs, not only in Hawaii, but the country and also the world. So a little bit about me. I'm not going to read them all, but I'm just going to let you in on a couple of things. Number one is I was born in Argentina and lived in Italy prior to coming to the United States. And how I got into the entertainment industry was that my father was an opera tenor. So whenever operas required child players, my father would ask me and my brother to come and play along with him on stage. And at the end of the season, I get paid in toys. So at a very young age, I became present to the power of storytelling. And it was something that I just became hooked on and decided that I wanted to pursue for the rest of my life. The other thing that I should let you know is I'm working on a doctorate at Teachers College at Columbia University. And my specific interests are the intersectionality of transformative learning, storytelling, and technology, as well as providing services and learning environments for creative entrepreneurs. I've been in the entertainment industry for 20 plus years. It's actually closer to 30, but I'm going to say 20 plus. And I've been designing transformative learning programs for creative entrepreneurs for the past about 15 years. I was a production and development executive at the top companies, and somebody came up to me and said, what is a transmedia writer-producer? And a transmedia writer-producer is someone who actually assesses the story and figures out the best platform with which to initially develop and execute the story. And here are some examples that I've been involved with. I was actually introduced to the state of Hawaii when my first movie went into production called 6 Days, 7 Nights. We shot it in Hawaii. And then I was a writer. I went from producing to writing. I wrote a 6-hour miniseries for the Sci-Fi Network. And Dora Eagle's 4-Day Adventure was an example of transmedia storytelling. This is an educational 8-minute film which is currently playing in 600 museums, science centers, and theme parks all over the world. And it took two existing characters from Nickelodeon, Dora the Explorer and Go Go, and put them in a single story. And the basic storyline was that the two of them were about to save the rainforest and the rainforest animals. And what we did was not only develop this in multiple languages, but we also worked with educators to create a learning tool so that teachers could actually bring kids to the theater, have them experience that and talk about, and then have a creative discussion around animals in the Amazon. Below that is executive produced a 360 experience in Singapore called the Typhoon Theater, which taught individuals about ancient maritime Chinese technology. It's at Universal Studios Sentosa. And I was also a producer on The X Factor. I was accountable for the digital production of The X Factor in its 3 seasons. And last but not least, I was one of the 2 producers who was able to crowdfund a television series called DTLA, which is specifically targeted to the LGBT community, specifically African American, Latino, and Asian men who just don't have representation in television. And we were the first crowdfunded series to receive domestic and international distribution. This series is now, this series is actually now starting to roll out in Germany, Italy, France, and England. Now let's talk about Creative Lab. So Creative Lab was founded by Georgia Skinner, and she and I met about 13 years ago at my birthday party. It was at a bowling alley. My manager brought her to the party, and she said to me, "I hear you'd like to teach. I'd like to invite you to come and teach in Hawaii." That's how we first became involved. Right, exactly. And the program is we're very careful about what we call it. It's not an educational program. It's actually an economic development program that targets creative entrepreneurs in media, fashion, and music. And it's funded by both the state of Hawaii and the U.S. Department of Commerce
And it has 3 specific tracks. Public programs, which are open to individuals, as we call it, are aspirational programs. This is for individuals who like the entertainment industry, are thinking about someday wanting to be in it, but don't quite know whether it's for them or not. The second set of programs are ideation weekends. These are for individuals who have an idea, but don't quite know how to get their project started. And the third program is the immersive programs. And these are one-week immersive programs that are followed by a 12-month coaching program. And I'm going to spend the rest of the conversation talking about the immersive programs. And so the immersive programs are competitive during the application process. So we typically have 6 different tracks: writing, producing, for motion picture and television. We have web series, we have interactive, we have fashion, and music. Typically, the number of students will be from anywhere between 6 to 12 max. We like to keep an intimate group of individuals, and it's a pretty rigorous process. What we mean by that is that typically individuals have to fill out a 20-page application, which requires them to make sure that they register the material, that they have copyrighted it, and starts teaching them how to make sure that they can protect their intellectual property. The second component is we actually deploy an assessment tool, and it's the NBI Thinking Incredibles tool. This gives me insight into how these individuals think, and more importantly, starts giving me information about if these individuals think in the program, how to go about coaching them. One of the most important components for the participants is that they must have previous experience in that platform. What I mean by that is this: someone is interested in coming into our writing program, they have to have written a minimum of 3 screenplays. So we're not here to really teach the fundamentals of the craft. We're here to really help people polish the craft and introduce them into other components, specifically business, and more importantly, how to manage oneself in the process of being an entrepreneur. The program is open to participants from all over the world, and we've had fellows from Korea, Denmark, from Indonesia. We've had applicants from Argentina, Australia, New Zealand, the mainland, and as far away as also Russia. And if you're chosen and selected to be part of the program is free. So as I mentioned, there are 2 components to the program. The first one is a week-long immersive, which typically happens in Honolulu, Hawaii. And what happens with during that week-long immersive, we work with our creative entrepreneurs in 3 different domains. The first one is the craft. And what we do with the craft is we partner with entertainment industry organizations such as the Producers Guild, the Writers Guild of America West, the Screen Actors Guild, the International Game Developers Association, and other organizations that help, that will provide us coaches, which will fly into Honolulu to work one-on-one with these individuals. And I typically work with them on a little bit on the craft and also the business of what it means to be a creative entrepreneur. And here's where we start really building a bridge for them to not only assess and understand where they are, but where they need to go. And the third component, which is the most unique component of our program, because very few, I don't think actually any programs throughout the world address this, which is really giving these individuals access to themselves. What is it that works for them? What is it that doesn't work for them? And what is it that is in their, that's out of their purview, that is potentially stopping them from being able to achieve the goals that they're intending to achieve? And the other components of the program are that, as I mentioned, 12 months long, so past the week immersive. We have a 12-month coaching program, which happens both in small groups, large groups, and individual calls with myself. And then the other component that we do is that typically 6 to 9 months after the completion of the week-long immersive program, we select 3 finalists and we fly them to a specific conference or market in which these individuals can actually pitch and pitch their products, sell their products, and meet other entertainment industry professionals in their field.
So at its core, the program design is really about the individual. And what we tend to do is, and what I mean by transformative learning is we really support these individuals to really understand where they are, where they want to go, and the skill sets and the tools that they require in order to get there. And the concept of transformative learning and training and development typically is accessed through 5 specific steps. Number 1 is assess where the individual is. And how we do that is through interviews, these assessment tools, and conversations with these individuals. The second component is asking them to reflect on their experience. Go back in their lives, figure out places where they succeeded, have them become present to the tools that they were able to access, have them become present to the failures that they had, have them become present to what was missing, and then have them pursue targeted evidence-based content consumed to be able to show up their skill sets at an individual level, but also on a business level. Then we put them through specific exercise, and then we also ask them to externalize that information as well to make sure that they got it. And then we use the power of group dynamics to amplify and accelerate the process of learning for each individual in the group. And the whole program is built on a pillar of spirit of generosity, collaboration, over competition. So here are our results. So we launched the program in 2012. And since 2012, we've actually had our first fellow by the name of Josh Kim, who's a Korean-American man, who was able to workshop the screenplay and have, workshop the screenplay, work on the script, find financing, produce his film. His film actually premiered at the Berlin International Film Festival, and it's won 20 awards. And the country of Thailand, which is where the film was actually produced, submitted its official entry to the Academy Awards and the Golden Globes this year. The second movie that just completed production in Maui is called Kuleana, which means responsibility, and that film is currently in post-production. Then one of our finalists went to the Produced By Conference, which is produced by the Producers Guild of America. I was able to, thanks to Georgia, meet a producer. He pitched the script, and the script was actually optioned. And then the producer in Hollywood was currently working with the writer to shore up the story to be able to go out and take it and sell it. And then we actually also had what we would call a runner-up, or an alternate to our program, whose script was so strong that we felt we weren't going to possibly be given anything in our program, but we were able to connect him with the manager and executive producers, who then were able to set up the project at the Weinstein Company. So the project is currently in development there. And these are representative results for a program this young and with state and federal monies. How many of you know Sundance, the Sundance Institute? Sundance didn't have its first hit for the first 5 years. We were able to accomplish it in the first 2. So our upcoming fellows, which have projects that we're working with, we just had our first interactive mobile app program, and within a year we'll have 3 mobile apps which will be published and available for sale. We have 3 web series which will premiere within the next 12 months. And we have 5 motion pictures which we expect to go into production in the next 2 years. So a lot of people tell me what's different, what do you think is one of the problems with in training and development, in training and working with creative entrepreneurs. My experience has been that most accelerators tend to focus on the actual craft and the business without really paying attention to who the individual is. And the way that we work our program is that we focus mainly on the individual, and that's what we actually work on for the next 12 months, knowing that we're sure of the business and the craft, but for the most part, we're really working, what we're really developing is the individual, their ability to not only be able to own their experience, own their craft, own their business, but be able to confidently go out into the world and pitch their project, sell it, and be able to work with people. For more information, go to live.gov. Thank you for your time. So we've seen within this a couple of different things. Obviously, all the way this is what creative people do, where we see the creative endeavor that underlies a lot of these kinds of activity, and the enormous amount of imagination towards some future intended state. And then the very, very hard road, which we only got little glimpses of, but we know it's there, that really took you to where you are right now. So the one question, Melissa, for you is, what's next? Since you're so excited. What do you think is on the near horizon?
It's a good question. So, what's next? Well, the interactive experience through learning essentially is what's next. We want to create structured gaming for young children, and we want to use avatar technology. So, it's a huge difference between film and avatars, and while we do value films as a way to preserve our history, it is more linear. And we can only see what's available on the screen, so we have to click and then view. But in an avatar, you can create behavioral systems that do a whole host of things as long as it's pre-programmed. So if on the back end you have more availability, and then you can then create more interactivity. So children can say something and then interact with the avatar will respond. So we have been expanding more and more on what we have, and in the current technology available, virtual reality, with augmented reality, it's endless. The possibilities are endless. So we're looking at defining 3D in its landscape. So what does that actually look like, and how we can integrate sign language into that? And so that's the digital learning part of it. That's a long answer to your short question.
Lorna, since you come out of the neuroscience sort of side of this, one of the reasons why I wanted to feature this, in addition to just its amazing in and of itself, are some of its potential longer-range implications that actually have to do with how we think about training the next generation of people who contribute to the creative economy, and even the role that spatial aspects of that learning really have towards potentially creating somebody who may actually turn out to be a genius in this arena with just the right early exposure to more spatially oriented kind of things, since we know that so much creative activity really does involve a very much spatial dimension, and it's not just something you can inherently sit and listen to or just even vicariously experience in the world. It's something about this ability and capacity in your mind. I have a brother who's blind, and one of the things I've seen from living with him is when he was even very small, you take him into a room, orient him to the room one time, and next time he comes into the room, he doesn't touch anything, he walks across the room and he sits down in the chair without feeling his way or whatever. Right? This capacity to engage in this spatially. So what you're keeping in mind, you're a scientist, but also perhaps a little speculation in terms of what might be some dotted lines that might get connected at some point here in the future that really has implications for how we think about really educating and positioning all creators, regardless of age, to make them more powerful in a spatial dimension dynamic.
Well, it's a good question. As you know, there's a lot of science that is just as of recently, in part, bolstered by the National Science Foundation Science of Learning Centers, that is dedicated to this question of what do we get when we understand more about spatial learning. So spatial learning refers to the idea of being able to spatialize our environments and understand things in a 3D environment and understand spatial relationships between things. So, there's a lot of new research showing that that's a very, very valuable skill, particularly for sort of the fields that you might imagine, like engineering or science or math. But, there's not a lot of research in terms of how that might affect the creative artists or creative people. But I think that would be a very interesting avenue of research to look into. And one thing that we do know from research in the science of learning in general is that when you're trying to teach people new skills and sort of foster new talents in people or new abilities in people, that doing so through multiple modalities is really important. So you see that in the storybook apps that Melissa showed. You're not simply showing a child how to read or how to watch a video of someone doing a sign language story, or you're not focusing on one avenue, but by combining different modalities, watching, reading, doing something yourself, so a hands-on experience. It's by combining all three of those that you get the best outcomes. So I'm sure you've seen that in your work as well. You're not simply asking people to be receptive or giving, but you need both. You need the back and forth. So that's another way that this type of science shows us how we can, through what processes do we learn best. And, I won't go into the neuroscience now, but there is brain-based research to back up all of these ideas that you are, drawing on different neural pathways to make these learning processes more embedded and stronger, and with that you get better outcomes.
We only probably have time for maybe one more question, Michael. I want to come to you. Besides the fact that everybody wants to know how to get selected for that program in Hawaii. One of the real bugaboos has always been this seeming disconnect between the world of formal preparation institutions and then the world of kind of like domain-specific, embedded job training, job development, whatever term we want to use. And your creative lab sits somewhere kind of in between those places. As you look at the creative industries, as we currently talk about, and as you think about even the broader creative economy, and this acceleration process that's going on across the economy in all kinds of dimensions, what would be your best advice to people that want to come at this differently in terms of not only how do you begin, but how do you actually sustain? Because I think most of us are doing these things where there's a funded project and people get together, and frankly, it's because the money brought them together. How do you really create that kind of dynamic tension between people embedded in everyday work related to this discipline and people who are every day embedded in the business of teaching novices and bringing them into a discipline?
That's a great question. I think one of the things that's worked for us, and one of the things that I've consistently seen work when it comes to actually the training and development of these individuals, is to have individuals who not only, and again we test for this, and we ask very tough questions around this, is to choose individuals who are committed to not only their success, but the success of other people in the room. And to look at this situation or this experience that we're helping to provide beyond the one-year program. So, as I mentioned, I've been designing these programs for the past 17 years. And the learning, even the cohorts and the fellows that I worked with 17 years ago, 33% of them are still meeting today. And even one of my first fellows who was in the program was a very unique comedian by the name of Maria Bamford, who is someone who is just out on the fringe of comedy. She's bipolar and actually uses her bipolar disorder as her comedy routine. And she came to be frustrated because every time she was going into these types of programs, teachers were trying to basically put her in a cookie cutter type of thing, and she rebelled. She came into my program, and I said, I'm not going to do that. But what I'm going to tell you is that it's going to take a hell of a lot longer for you to break through than someone who's willing to do that. Well, this year she landed a Netflix series, and the series is called Lady Dynamite. I urge you guys to just watch it, because you'll get a sense of what her comedy was. And what I can tell you is that she was that person 17 years ago. And part of the program and the development that we do with our individuals says or anything like that. And by building a community that actually stands for that for themselves and other people, you create a system where people will start being invested in each other's successes. And that's what's really helped our program succeed as quickly as it has. As far as the bridge between university and what I do, I went to USC film school, so I'm grateful for the experience. It was awesome, great contacts. But the thing that the school failed to provide me with was a clear understanding of the realities of business. The entertainment industry is one of the toughest industries to go into. Study was done by a studio which I worked by the HR department, which factored that out of 100 people who entered, they followed 100 people for 10 years. Out of the 100 people, how many of them do you think were making a living in the business 10 years later? 5, 2, 1. Okay, good. So the study was conducted from 1985 to 1995, and back then it was 6. Today it's 3. Okay? Now, this was also back in traditional media before all these silos went through, before digital filmmaking came on, and actually we were able to start democratizing the process, so that there are other opportunities now that weren't there before. But again, I think that one of the things that we're doing with our university programs in Hawaii is we partner with them to provide those things for them that they're not currently teaching in their curriculum, so that we can actually start preparing the college students to have a greater understanding of business, and more importantly, what it really takes to be in that business. Resilience, it's highly critical, both internal and external, and unless you're willing to be compassionate with yourself and be willing to look at a long game, you're not going to make it. And a lot of people drop out, but we make that perfectly clear, black and white, that this is the business that you're entering in. We don't travel in fantasy or myth. We show research, we show examples, we share with people, look, if this is what we want to do, this is what you need to be prepared for. But the people who choose to be in there actually become more powerful in their journey and looking to execute what they need to execute.
So we've come to the conclusion of the World Summit on the creative economy and creative industries. We have only touched the surface of so many different issues as this last panel wonderfully illustrated for us. We're eager to learn more, are we not? So the intent is to try to continue this World Summit on creative economy and creative industries, in part because there's so much work still to be done ahead of us, and because, like we tried to illustrate here in a variety of different ways, it is our massive diversity that is the source of our strength. And as we tap into that, this can only result in good for the growth of the creative economy, which is all around us, often taken for granted, often unrecognized. But we know from measures now and studies that have been done in various ways, pieces of the creative economy, and depending on how you define the creative economy, I am aware of studies in over 130 countries that are happening about the creative economy. Some of them happen once, some of them are happening on an annual basis. Hawaii has done a fantastic job as a U.S. state, tracking their creative economy perhaps for longer than any other state in the United States, in part because of the unique nature of the Hawaiian economy. One of the things we certainly see is that place matters. Despite all the talk about flattening the world and globalization, place and culture matter. And as we've been reminded in the earlier panel, often they can lead in terms of the future of the creative economy and where we're going. And we've seen that beautifully illustrated, I think, over the last 2 days in a variety of settings from a variety of places. And it reminds us of the opportunities that lie ahead of us. And one final point on this, just to show how current things are. In today's newsletter from NESTA, which is a fantastic generator of information and studies of the creative economy and the creative industries, not only in the UK, but increasingly they're doing work around the world. They came out with a new study just today in their newsletter, a link to it. You can sign up for the NESTA newsletter for free. Great source. You want to keep track of that. You should sign up for the National Creativity Network newsletter too. Comes out every Friday. Innovation America's newsletter, Rich Bendis was here from there to keep up with all these things. And then, of course, you have to get on the Acorns newsletter, which is from, I can't remember the full name, the International Federation Federation of Arts Councils and Cultural Agencies, which is IFACA, I-F-A-C-C-A. It's the International Federation of Arts Councils and Cultural Agencies. They have a newsletter called Acorns. Their 350th edition came out this morning, which had another report I won't talk about. But the one from the UK is about the geography of the creative industries in the UK. Creative England and Nesta teamed up together, and they have a cultural map of the creative economy. They identified 47 distinct clusters across the UK. There's a visualization product that's available on their website where you can actually probe and dig into it yourself for things that interest you. Nesta has been very pioneering in terms of developing new techniques and new methods to really get at this question about tracking progress and changes over time. And that report is a good example of it just released today. So more work lies ahead of us, more adventure lies ahead. I want to remind you as we close that this will be archived and made available in various formats following our World Summit. And I also remind you once again of the event that's across the road. You head into the Crystal Shop underground, you make a right-hand turn, you just head along there, and then you'll come to the tech shop on your right. It's a very short walk, about a half block. And the party begins at 4:30, the presentation starts at 5. They're interspersing the 3 different presentations with food, wine, convivial conversation, and you'll see a lot of interesting things by a whole variety of artists who've been gathered together for this particular culminating event of the National Creativity Network's conference that was held here in D.C. as part of Creative World, in addition to this World Summit and several other activities that have occurred over the last 2 weeks. So thank you for coming and for joining with us, and we look forward to hearing more from you in the future. And thank you for all of our participants as well, and the many sponsors who helped us. And I want to particularly call out AHA, this is the Voice of Hispanic Marketing, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Organization of American States, the D.C. Center for the Creative Economy, Arlington Economic Development, and Brink, without whom we would not have had that wonderful website